Let's go. We're live. Hello. Hi. Hey, how's everyone doing? Is there enough light? Oh, can you see me? Let there be light. I have another light if need be, but I got a bunch of lights going on right now, so should be good. Yeah, I want to raise this one up though. I think that might help. Okay. Alrighty then. What the heck? I gotta screw it in tight. Lighting, camera work, all that stuff, not my expertise. Wow, we have 7 viewers already. That's incredible. Incredible. Must be because we're streaming on. Must be because we're also streaming on YouTube. So shout out to the YouTube people. Oh, there we go. That looks a little bit better. I like it. I love it. Today we. What up? F. Paul Mason. Yeah, I guess. Why don't we just talk about that? It's been a minute. Glad to be back. Glad you are back. Hello, first time viewer SMK underscore 30. Hey, Eddie, I know that you reacted to a TikTok of a guy saying communists are lazy with the perfume. Yes, I know that one you're talking about. Yes, that was funny. One sec. Let's look up this Paul Mason article. Because this was wild. Oops. So Paul Mason is a British socialist who's not really a socialist, who's a State Department goon. And he recently had some emails leaked where he was talking about an emergent anti-imperialist identity on the left that he is worried about because liberalism doesn't know how to counter it. So his solution to this anti-imperialist identity that liberalism doesn't know how to counter, because liberalism is imperialist, he just has been advocating for censorship. He just wants to censor people. So that's Paul Mason. That's what the leaked email showed. Here's the article from the Gray Zone. So the Gray Zone was like the main outlet that Paul Mason was talking about smearing. Which I know some people don't like the Gray Zone or they have issues with them, but like, you know, if the main State Department spokespeople are working with the intelligence agencies to like take down the Gray Zone, that must mean like the Gray Zone's work is at least challenging power. You know, you have to at least give them that. I think they do a lot of really, really good journalism. But basically, what did the emails say? It's the far left rogue academics who I'm after. There's a progression. Talking about people who were skeptical of Buka, or of the U.S. narrative about Buka. He's afraid, and he says he's afraid they're about to launch a new party around Corbyn. So that's what they're terrified of. You know, they're terrified of a third party, someone really actually busting up the two-party system that exists in the UK and that exists in the US. Giving people a real option. And, you know, what Paul Mason has done to try and censor people who he's afraid might form, you know, a third party or a workers' party. He calls them Putin puppets, right? And that's his justification for wanting to censor everyone. Is, oh, this is Russian disinformation, or this is Russian propaganda being peddled by puppets of Putin. He's got no evidence for it ever. But everyone he accuses of being a Russian asset, he thinks should be censored. And what it really is a way to censor left-wing working class voices, as always. What do you know? Who'd have guessed it? Let me check. One sec. I'm communicating with today's guests. Oops. We're going to have Carlos on. We're going to have Comrade Noah on. We talk about what they've been working on lately. That should be fun. I was listening to Ben Norton when I work out, or I like listening to Ben Norton when I work out. That's a good person to listen to when you work out. Oh, looks like Carlos and Noah are calling in. Let's... If any of you have the stream on, make sure you mute it. Otherwise, we're going to get an audio loop from hell. Let me... How's it going?
Fantastic on my end. Been very busy lately, obviously. It's good to finally meet you and talk to you actually in person, or I guess in audio, but you know, same thing. Excellent.
I had my microphone off the whole time that I was talking to you guys, so I spoke too soon about the technical difficulties. But Carlos, what Carlos, what were some of the topics that we had talked about to discuss today? Do you recall?
Well, the first one, I think Noah got some heat from some Maoists over the labor aristocracy, and we've gone back and forth. We've had a couple phone calls dedicated to that conversation that I think it might be fruitful to have on the stream. And then I think that one of the things that we've done or that you've done in the last two streams we've had is just ask people what sort of work it is that they're doing. And Noah, for those of you that don't know, he's running a segment for the Midwestern Marx YouTube called 1 Minute Marx, in which he gets all of the concepts that are Marxist-Leninist concepts that he sees on Twitter being misused, and he snipes them and collects them. And it started as a series of tweets, of threads that he would do on a daily basis, and it's translated itself into a segment for the Midwestern Marx YouTube. But that one basically demystifies some of the narratives around specific concepts and how they're used. So I know you've done right opportunism. You started with Marxism. The next one coming up is on imperialism. So it's a wonderful series because it gets to the basics. And what we find is that a lot of the times people just use these terms and they don't really know what they're talking about. It's the same term that we're used to seeing in Lenin and Marx and Engels' writings, but the understanding or the concept behind the term is completely different. So I think that those two topics might be good, and then if there's anything that pops up that we can react to, that would be fruitful to react to, I think that would be worthwhile as well.
personally, I've been reacting to this Paul Mason thing all day. You know, it's pretty crazy. I was listening before we came on. But yeah, it's interesting. You know, I think that the way I think of it in my head is we have all these concepts that are sort of labels for things, right? And underneath that label is that thing's actual substance, its content. And it feels like in our era, people have switched all the labels around, right? So the series is really about uh, very quickly explaining why these things are misconceptions and what the genuine Marxist view on these concepts is. I also have one on that labor aristocracy I'm working on right now.
I'm looking forward to seeing the one on labor aristocracy, and I think it's a worthwhile series. I tried doing something similar actually on TikTok at one point. It was like Marxist definitions, I think is what I called it, but didn't follow through with it as well as you, or do as thorough of a job. I mean, sometimes they go over 1 minute, but I think it's worth it, to fully explain the concept. And yeah, I think it's useful for people who are just starting out because it can be tough to get your footing, to understand or to know who to listen to when there's all these divisions between Marxists, and you're just starting out, so you don't necessarily know what to believe. It's good to just get a grounding in the basic facts and have a basic idea of what these words mean, or what the substance is underneath the word, like you were saying.
You've never
Yeah,
been over 1 minute. That's bourgeois propaganda what you're spreading there.
yeah.
Always
Complete
been.
lies and slander. They're always 1 minute and no longer than 1 minute ever.
I just want to forward. If you see me go like this, I'm not like shooing a human being. I don't think that's pretty rude. I wouldn't do that. I'm shooing like flies that are in this region. So just, I don't want people to think I'm like shooing.
If you see me do it, I am shooing a human being.
So what was the debate that you got in with the Maoists, about the labor aristocracy? I've had some run-ins with Maoists, but it seems like they're usually a pretty small contingent of people, but they can get pretty angry.
Yeah, I don't understand where the anger seems to come from. Oh, Eddie, I think you're muted.
I think that was a while ago. I think I fixed it now.
Oh, okay, my bad. So yeah, it's interesting how angry people get around these things. I don't really, when I'm like interacting with people on the internet, I never go out of my way to sort of go after people or try to insert myself into their conversations. I just sort of, try to help people get into the basics of Marxism, which I believe is genuinely missing in our era. And so when I do these, a lot of times Maoists will come in just raging all over the place. You're wrong. You're the labor aristocracy, right? And I try to stay very calm, but oftentimes it gets hard. When it gets right down to it, a lot of times it's that foundation I just talked about. So they have an understanding of what they believe a labor aristocracy is, but because the foundation is missing for them, it's sort of filtered through this more dogmatic interpretation of a screenshot they've read or their buddies that they've spoken to, and they all sort of come up with this idea, but it doesn't actually translate to what Lenin meant when he used the term, or what any of the other Marxists who used it meant. So what I try to do is filter that out, and it can be very hard to do when people are just insulting left and right. It doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't. At what point did the Maoist, or I know people make the distinction between being Marxist Leninist Maoist versus Mao Zedong thought. But I'm reading Mao right now, and there's so many points where I feel like Mao himself would like vehemently disagree with modern Maoists. And I don't understand at what point it became this thing where it's like, um, a lot of Maoists are denouncing existing socialism as not real socialism, and they just really have this dogmatic, almost like religious interpretation of Marxism, almost like what people think Marxists are based on propaganda about Marxism. I don't know. Have either of you looked into the history of that, or at what point it kind of took that turn?
Bit about it, but if Carlos wants to explain this, go ahead.
No, I just tossed in the concept book worshiping because that was one of the central themes around, in a way, Deng's sort of revolution within the party to move it away from some of the harmful tendencies that led to the mistakes present in the Cultural Revolution and that ultimately created the conditions for the flourishing that we see China have now, which, of course, it always has to be stated that the conditions for that itself, for the reforms of 78, were created in the Mao era. But book worshiping was one of those things that was always being attacked because it led to dogmatism. It led to people not being able to see the difference between the context that they were in and the concrete situation and the ideals of the books. And so that contradiction between what the text says when you read it, like if you're reading a Bible, if you read it dogmatically, and what the actual method of Marxism is, which is to use, since we're talking about China, Deng's concept was that you have to constantly seek truth from facts, right? So it's a constant engagement with the concrete as concretely as possible in order to understand your situation. And I think one of the things that ended up leading to that, and what we find today in some of the Maoists, are remnants of those legacies, which now the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist Party of China, now calls the biggest mistake of the history of the People's Republic of China. But those remnants that we see specifically in the West, they were quite prevalent in France for some time during the late 60s. Those are people that come out of that more ultra engagement with Marxism that is very book worshipy, right? And in some sense, when it's applied in the West, it's very easy to apply it in the West because it removes the responsibility that you have as a revolutionary, because it comes with this preconception to tie back to the labor aristocracy, a preconceived misunderstanding of what the labor aristocracy is, as if the labor aristocracy was just all the workers that are in the global north, which of course geographically is instead of a geographical point, it's really a political one, right? The workers that are at the heart of the empire, and these subsequent countries, NATO countries and stuff like that, are not necessarily directly the great power of today, which is the US, but which benefit and perpetuate the activities of the great unipolar power. When you consider all of those workers to be part of this labor aristocracy, and sort of by definition, a priori, before you even engage with them or participate in any concrete analysis of their situation, if you consider them part of the labor aristocracy, they're not revolutionary, right? So then who's the revolutionary agent? And what you find in some instances is a search for a super oppressed or super exploited minority, and it perpetuates this sort of bifurcation, these splits that take place within how the working class is understood. And for instance, in France, one of the prominent Maoist theorists in the 60s, a quite prominent philosopher in general, Alain Badiou, he holds the position that just the workers at the global north are part of the labor aristocracy, and therefore the revolutionary agent is immigrants. It's like, well, not to reject the role that immigrant workers can play in a revolutionary struggle. Of course, they can play one and should, but you're tossing out a big portion of the working class, and you're placing all of your bets on the third world to have their revolution. And that's lazy. It takes away the sort of duty that should constantly be pushing us to have a revolution here. The way I understand it, at least, always goes back to something I think I've mentioned a few times already in at least a podcast or two before, which is a clip from the movie The Examined Life. It's a series of interviews done to philosophers. And this philosopher, Michael Hart, who writes with Tony Negri a famous book called Empire, he's in a canoe in New York, and they're giving him an interview, and he's talking about his time in Nicaragua. And he says, well, I went to Nicaragua, and I was like, well, how can I help? What can I do to help? I come from the US, I'm a communist, how can I help? And they tell him, crudely, basically go the fuck back home and have a revolution there. If you really want to help us, have a socialist revolution in your country, overthrow the empire that's stifling the development of socialism in these areas. And so what happens when you have these tendencies which just reject the potential revolutionary force that this proletariat of the global north might have, what you have, paradoxically, even though they're Maoist, is a complete alignment with the sort of pessimism that we find in the Congress for Cultural Freedom funded, CIA funded, Frankfurt School theorist. Right? If you read Herbert Marcuse's critique of Marxism-Leninism, or what he calls Soviet Marxism, erroneously, because there's never been a Soviet Marxism, right? The place published 60% of the world's books, but somehow, it's Soviet Marxism. Everyone thought the same. They all functioned like robots. Everyone thought the same in everything. That's absurd. We know that wasn't the case. Even in the formal manuals, there was differences. There was a tradition of creative Marxism, which is brilliant. But anyways, he calls his book Soviet Marxism. And one of the things, the first critique you get is a critique of Lenin's understanding of the labor aristocracy. Lenin understood the labor aristocracy to be a small strata at the top of the working class, which constituted the leaders of what were supposed to be the organs of worker power, who sold themselves out to the capitalists, specifically in questions relating to imperialism. And so they lived materially a bit better because of the super profits that were taken from imperialism, and that's why they kept on endorsing it. And the role of the communists, according to Lenin, right, was to get in those unions and show the workers how it is that their leaders are in bed with the capitalists, and to take over those unions, right? Not to create new unions, to take over those existing unions where the workers are already at. This understanding of the labor aristocracy is completely critiqued by Marcuse, who says that under conditions of modern industrial capitalist society, all workers are bought off. Workers have been incorporated as a class into capitalism in such a way where they themselves benefit from capitalism. And because of this, it is the whole global north that constitutes the labor aristocracy. And he would sometimes, some parts of the 60s, he was just completely pessimistic, like in One Dimensional Man. In other parts, he was just a utopianism that goes 20 years before the development of scientific socialism, which in its time in the 1820s is okay, but for the 1960s to be talking like a utopian socialist makes no sense. And then in other times, it's just, oh, it's the third world. It's the third world. And of course, we're in favor of revolutions in the third world. 90% of what we do in Midwestern Marx is criticize imperialism and the role that it has in destabilizing liberation projects in the third world. But we can't just wait for them to do it so that then, no, we have to fight here, have a revolution here, overthrow imperialism so that their revolutions also become easier, right? So, yeah, sorry, that was a bit of a longer response than what I was expecting, but yeah.
That's okay. I think you said most of it. I'd like to add though that it sounds that Marcuse's positions sound suspiciously similar to me to a famous statement by Jay Lovestone before he went to China to work with the CIA, when he said to Stalin that American workers aren't going to have a revolution here. They have it too good. And this is famously what made Stalin coin the term American exceptionalism, as if the USA somehow is an exemption to the laws that govern the development of history. And I find it interesting that, he aligns with um, known CIA programs before it's found out that he worked for them. I had another point, but I don't remember it anymore, so I apologize.
Well, that's a really good example, and I think it shows something that, I mean, we're always talking about it. We talked about it the last segment we did with Mitchell K. Jones, of the self-flagellation of today's left. It creates, I think, a phenomenon that philosophically has been described, at least in Germany, because of Nazism, as German guilt pride. It's a sort of pride that's based on the guilt of your past. And that self-flagellation becomes, to use a word that I don't think that really belongs in the Marxist discourse, but it becomes a sort of privilege, because you have the privilege now to not do anything and to let the people in the global south do all the work. You just sit back and relax. And you think that, well, when they have the revolutions, they'll think that, because I understood that no one here was potentially revolutionary, they'll consider me a friend of, I don't know what they're expecting. I don't know what they're expecting, but it creates a sort of privilege to not have to do anything based on that guilt that, oh my God, we're so bad, we can't have any revolution. All the workers benefit from imperialism, and it's ultimately a position of revolutionary futility and of pessimism.
It's a position of the upper classes, really, that looks down upon those that are less enlightened than them, right? We're all stupid and backwards, and we just don't know any better. We got all this great stuff, and it makes us whatever, But at a certain point, especially in this era, the neoliberal era, it becomes a denial of reality itself, and more of a dogma that people are just into out of habit, where I can't square over 50% of us right now, one paycheck away from homelessness, with having no revolutionary potential, even if revolutionary potential were actually based on immiseration and not the genuine development of the proletariat through sort of a more deeper theoretical way of looking at it. There's no way you could say that these days. Maybe there was a short blip due to intense class struggle in sort of 2 periods ago of the 1930s and before that, where it created a middle class that didn't even affect all of America, right? There were certain communities left out of that specifically, the Black community, for one. So it just seems strange to me to continue to act as if that very short period brought up on by that class struggle and by the sort of post-World War II reconstruction somehow prevents us from doing this. And it becomes exactly what you said, Carlos. It becomes an excuse to be lazy and sit here and whine rather than do the hard, tedious work of organizing our class.
I just want to say the idea of making immigrants makes so little sense, or of only organizing immigrants. The last like blue collar job I was on was a concrete job, and there were like maybe 50% immigrant workers and then 50% white workers. Like, am I supposed to unionize and organize only the immigrant workers on that workplace and divide it by race? And I mean, it just goes back to like even what Stalin wrote in the Marxism and the National Questions. You can't elevate things above the class struggle. Like, we support national sovereignty, but class struggle is primary, and then ideology that supports class collaborationism is bourgeois. It was just like you said. No, it's like this ideology of the bourgeoisie looking down on the working class, but also trying to convince them that their interests are the same. And yeah, we have to fight that division, because there's a lot of the modern bourgeoisie in the U.S. and their academics do a lot to try and divide the working class by race, by religion, ethnicity, whatever else. But ultimately, what divides us is class. And And there have been, all these different academic or pseudo-Marxist theorists, or Congress for Cultural Freedom theorists who have said otherwise, but, ultimately it goes back to what Marx said, and that's why, sometimes people call us dogmatists because we quote these old texts, but the principles that were laid out in them, ultimately remain the same today, so that was a bit of a ramble.
It's an idealist approach that, as you mentioned, Eddie, with reference to Stalin, abandons the centrality of the class struggle. And to abandon the centrality of the class struggle is to abandon materialist analysis of society. It's to completely erase that. And just even from a practical level, like, what do you think would have happened if one of these Maoists would have gone to your concrete construction job and would have only tried to organize the immigrants and said that all the other workers were evil, or revolutionary futile, right? To have nicer words, but that only the immigrants could be organized. You think the immigrants themselves would have wanted to organize with that person? Of course not, because they realize, because of their everyday experience with the people that they work with, that those are their brothers. Those are people in their class, and they have the same fundamental class interests. And to abandon that reality is to abandon materialism and the dialectical materialist outlook.
It abandons it altogether, really, for what comes dangerously close to a reactionary nationalism, when it doesn't fall all the way into it, And it's this very strange sort of woke reactionary nationalism, right, that denies the class struggle altogether. Gus Hall in 1970 wrote a fantastic essay called The Crisis of Petty Bourgeois Radicalism. And it's on Marxist.org. And it's as if it could be written right now. And he's explaining the sort of giving up on class struggle and mass struggle, which is what that would be in our context. And the reasons for it and what it leads to. And I think in our day, it brings us back to what we were first talking about, is that these positions come about because they're pushed onto us almost. There's such a media and bourgeois academy saturation in this that genuine Marxism has been marginalized and pushed to the side, which is why I think what we do with Midwestern Marx is so important right now. And it represents not just itself, but a genuine resurgence of Marxism-Leninism coming back. And it's interesting when you talk about the optimistic aspect of that, right? And how it's based in our material reality and what creates us and how we are. And the Maoists get very upset with this and get very upset even that you say, revolution is a law of development, and they try to tell you it's not, and it's always twisting Lenin's words or Mao's words or Marx's words. One of the things they like to twist a lot is a quote by Marx when he said that labor in the white skin will never be free while in the black it is branded, right? And it's this brilliant and poetic statement about racial chauvinism, but it refers to the entire working class, right? That those white workers are never going to actually be free while black workers are enslaved, right? And vice versa. It works for both ways. And when we split it up into this sort of weird pseudo ethno-nationalism, it denies one half of that statement.
And I'm something that Carlos has said for a long time to me, and the more that I read Marxism and kind of encounter these sort of pseudo-nationalist ideas that you're talking about, is that class is the only thing that is historical and material. So, like, Marxism is the ultimate, like, debunk of racist ideology. This idea that, certain races are superior and some are inferior. Because there's material explanations for everything. Of course, no singular race is inferior. Certain societies have been able to develop their productive forces faster. Certain societies have been the beneficiaries of imperialism. certain bourgeois or certain national bourgeoisies have perpetrated and used racism as a tool of exploitation. But liberalism puts out this idea that that everything is equal, and the free market actually offers an equal playing field. So that then lends people are led to the idea that, oh, why does the global south have less wealth then? Surely white people must be superior if we have all this wealth, on this equal playing field that is liberalism. So then, anytime you start to look at things based on race, or try and make an analysis of the world or geopolitics based on race, it's nonsensical, So you need to do it based on class and based on material developments, which is what historical materialism is and what Marxism is, and anything that tries to elevate race above that is race essentialism, and it strays from Marxism.
I'm sorry, Carlos. You want to go?
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay.
Which also doesn't mean that because we center class that we ignore like race, national struggles, nor sex, right? Because the way that there's in different historical periods, there's been specified forms of exploitation because of those or what might seem as identity divisions, but they're really class divisions. Like, for instance, when you look at the sort of occupations that women could have, that those differences, or the general occupations that women have, the portion of the economy that they're in, that's something you have to understand through the lens of class. And in there, the understanding of class is also sexualized, right? In before the Civil War, when we still had slavery, the understanding of class in the U.S. had to be racialized, even after, right? Because certain portions of the economy, the work that was done in those sectors of the economy was racialized, right? So, and the same thing with the national question, right? If you're analyzing imperialism, the national question is somewhat key, is always there at the center. But when they come to the fore, they come to the fore because of their relationship to the class struggle, not because there's something fixed about it, separated from everything else, right? When they come to the fore, it's because they were already there in the way that the class struggle was divided according to sex, race, nationality, etc.
Domenico Lacerdo, in his book Class Struggle, talks about this in a great, easy to understand way, rather than explaining, what is a form and how does it relate to content. He explains it as a genus and species, whereas class struggle is a species, the gender struggle is a genus, right? The race struggle is a genus. And I think it's brilliant, and it falls in so well with what, Eddie, you were saying about liberalism and Marxism itself, right? The original split of Marxism from Hegel, and where he really starts to formulate his own thing, is this idea that the bourgeois universal citizen somehow was still in contradiction, right? For Hegel, it seems to be that this would create the ultimate society, but Marx says that this seems impossible, that this process continues. And if you add this genus species sort of framework into it, it gives you a great way to visualize these struggles and how all of them relate to the class struggle.
Yeah, there's a really good book called Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism by Kristen Godsey. And it's a provocative title, but most of the books are just about arguments for economic independence for women. And there's this debate between Republicans and conservatives about the gender wage gap. And conservatives are like, it's because of the woman, it's all about a woman's choice. Women choose to enter jobs that pay less, and therefore they make less on average. And then liberals say, no, it's all about, bosses who just discriminate against women. They just dislike women. We need more girl bosses, #girlboss. Um, but what Kristen Godsey argues is that, if you look at the hiring process and the promotion process, and at the time when young adults are primed to climb the career ladder, the corporate ladder, is when women are potentially getting pregnant or having babies. So a lot of women are forced to make this choice then between having a family or having a career, which is not a choice that men are faced with. And then, of course, employers know this, so then they are encouraged to discriminate, for material reasons. If they know a woman that might want to start a family or have a baby, that's going to take, her time and energy away from work, might lead an employer to be less likely to hire a woman. So you have all these arguments for economic dependence or economic independence for women that are based on sex and class. And you see that, yeah, I don't know, you just see all the places they overlap. So I think that's a really good analogy from Lacerdo there.
I think to add on to that point, because that was really good, Eddie, you also have to historicize it, right? You have to put it in a context and remember that labor power is a commodity. And this section of our society has a different history than the male section does, right? A shorter history in the workforce for sure. And there are historical reasons for all of this. And again, it comes down to the class struggle, right? And what's in the interest of one worker, a female worker, is in the interest of the male worker to struggle together against that same enemy. I think a lot of the time liberals need to separate things in their heads and have this absolute team that they're on in any given situation. And it creates an antagonism that we should be fighting to overcome, that men and women share a common enemy in the bourgeoisie, right? At least our working class ones do. And black and white and brown and everybody share a common enemy in the bourgeoisie, you know?
Hey, you mentioned earlier, Noah, a famous quote from chapter 10 of Capital Volume 1, one of the longer chapters on the working day, that labor in the white skin cannot be freed if it's branded in the black. In the black communist movement, which I think in the 20th century was somewhat at the vanguard of the communist struggle, especially in the 60s. But they understand the reverse of that formula as well, that labor in the black skin cannot be freed if it is still branded in the white, right? In order to liberate black folks from oppression and class exploitation, it takes the solidarity with white workers and with other workers of different nationalities and races, in order to advance their class interests together, right? So the quote goes the other way around as well, and I think the things we find in Fred Hampton's Rainbow Coalition, right, is that understanding. It's going to take all toil to come together in order for all of us to be free.
This sort of leads me to a point on one of my favorite essays that you've written, Carlos, which was the explanation and sort of history of the purity fetish in America. It seems that today there is always an excuse not to do this, right? And I think the misunderstanding of the labor aristocracy ties into this. I think what we're talking about right now ties into this. And it's all about this idealized, pure, revolutionary subject that we've sort of been told exists, but does not exist in reality. All of the parties within the Rainbow Coalition were not pure. They all had big issues, but that didn't matter, right? They still struggled together. They still were fulfilling their historical role. And when we tell each other that you're not good enough because you said X or you did Y 10 years ago, or whatever it is, like I saved this screen cap of you saying a word I didn't like, or whatever it is, it ties into that, and it gives us an excuse to sit back, just like the Maoists do, and wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting for us. And I just don't think we have time to sit back and think that's viable these days.
And I want to add, like, one way you can tell that phenomena that you're talking about, that I'm going to screen cap you and use this, to cancel you 10 years later, that phenomena is used by the bourgeoisie, or at least by the managerial class against the working classes. Like, you have people getting suspended at work, for saying, I don't know, saying something to their coworker, just like busting their balls, and then it gets reported. One of our friends who's in a blue collar union, I won't say exactly where he's working, keep him anonymous, but he tells us this stuff happens all the time. Management will report the workers on the tracks for, giving each other crap. And it means nothing to the workers, they're just, that's how they communicate with each other while they're at work, working 10 hours a day at a dangerous, physically and mentally taxing job. And they're getting reported and getting suspended without pay, and, basically losing their ability to work and put food on their table for their families, because, they said some words that aren't, considered politically correct right now. And I get that, we need to fight racism and root out discrimination and racism, especially in our society where there's a history of that, but policing words isn't going to do that. Attacking the prison industrial complex is going to do that. Demilitarizing the police, and changing them in form completely. That's how we're going to fight systemic racism. So and bringing education and jobs back to our cities. So yeah.
It happens not just on the job, but in our more left-wing spaces too, right? Where you're supposed to be able to trust each other, be your authentic self, and joke around and not take yourselves too seriously, right? We're all on the same team here. And what it does is it creates tensions where they don't need to exist. And it drives people away from the struggle, right? Where you could have had a lifelong communist, you now have someone that feels uncomfortable around people, right? You now feel like you have someone who goes somewhere else because they don't feel as if they're welcome and accepted because of this consistent policing of their just natural way of being. If you grow up within the proletariat, you're just more vulgar than the professionals are. And professionals have this sort of way of just not liking that. I don't know a better way to put it, I see it happen all the time. It's very sad because we could get along. We could just go, yo, it's not a big deal. But we don't,
It ends up being like a left-wing human resource management culture. Mm-hmm. That's very just completely alienating from the working class. But one of the things that I wanted to mention is that part of this, the way the purity fetish is manifested internally in relation to how we think about organizing the working class, also has something to do with this removal of a materialist analysis which wouldn't be centered on class, because I think people today largely think that what you're organizing is ideologies for some reason, not classes. And what you have to organize as a communist is classes, specifically the working class and other subsequent parts of the toiling masses, right? You're not organizing based on ideology, which means that you're not going up to people with a shopping checklist of checking, which beliefs are we in point on, and the ones that we're not, okay, I'm going to cancel you now and I'm not going to organize you. If these folks were to engage with Lenin, they would realize the tremendous mistake that this is. Lenin is very clear, you can't wait until your proletariat is perfect to organize it. You organize what you have. And then when you grab state power, then you develop. you develop and you perfect people. That's what socialism is aimed at doing, creating conditions for human flourishing, for people to become better people, right? But the people who we engage with on a daily basis are subjects that have been socialized in a decrepit capitalist culture that produces flaws and vices. But we have to organize them nonetheless. We can't pull a working class from a void. We have to organize them as they are. And insofar as the left continues with this sort of left-wing human resource management culture of organizing, we're not going to engage with the working class. The working class is not going to come to us because they're going to look at us the same way they look at their managers.
It's what was I gonna say? I had a good example. What were you talking about? The working class. Oh, the Freedom Convoy. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah. So many people were against organizing the Freedom Convoy because they were saying, it's these right-wing groups who are organizing these people, they're being led by right-wingers. It's like, exactly, the right-wingers are going to the working masses and, organizing them on the issues they're concerned about. And, I'm not saying we need to start rallying for COVID, rallying for anti-vax stuff, and that needs to be the front of the socialist platform. What I'm saying is we need to go to these workers, who have a grievance with their bosses, with these corporations forcing them to do something, and organize them around that issue. Because, like you said, you don't get to choose the working class. And if you're not organizing the working class, somebody else probably is. Somebody more reactionary probably is. And, I see it with the guns issue, too, now. People are saying, well, Marx couldn't have predicted the American working class. It's just such a bad working class, We need to take their guns away. Like, no, he said, don't disarm any of the working class. And, at least in the Midwest, most of the working class people that I know are super serious about gun safety and stuff. And they more resemble what Marx was talking about when he talked about, an actual trained people's militia. At least in the rural parts of the Midwest. But, it seems like a lot of people just want to pick and choose what the working class is, or wait for some, pure working class with no blemishes, where the people speak without any vulgarities. But, that's never, ever, ever going to exist.
It's always so strange to me when people say Marx couldn't have predicted the USA. I always go, what are you talking about? He wrote extensively on the USA. He wrote for the Republican Party newspaper here, right? As a correspondent. And both Progress and International publishers have released collections of him and Engels on the Civil War, the Second Revolution, right? They were very, very interested in the USA. And in fact, Marx at one point said that the workers of Europe look to, I think he said the Star Spangled Banner, but the American situation as their future, right? And I feel like I don't want to let Marx down, right? I don't know anyone who would want to let Marx down. We need to fulfill our historic role. But you mentioned the truckers convoy, and I want to touch on that real quick because it's a really interesting situation to me that we immediately dismissed them because they were organized by right-wingers. It was funded by right-wingers. It was led by right-wingers. But what did Marx teach us about people in motion, right? They're funded and organized by right-wingers because we didn't go to them. And if we go to them, these right-wingers have to manipulate the truth. We have the actual truth with Marxism. If we get to them and explain these things to them, they'll be with us instead. It's only a matter of time and getting our own stuff together until we do that.
Just to add there, at least a small point of nuance, I think the most compelling argument that I've seen from the sort of formal organizational side against the organizing of these truckers were grounded on the fact that a lot of the union members and union leaders within the parties rejected it. And as an organization, as a party, I'm not going to name any parties, but as a party, regardless of the truths that both of you have just said about the trucker movements, when there's people in motion, you have to organize them, and if the right's organizing them, that only means that we should, hurry up and organize them away from the right? I'm in full agreement with that. But there was also that factor that I don't think is usually mentioned, which is that organized labor within organized communist parties opposed it. And how is a communist organization going to look if the working class that is at the vanguard of their party, if they turn on them and decide to favor something that they were against? So that's a factor that is not usually calculated, but I think that when taken into that nuance is it makes that position for why not organize them a little bit more understandable.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Carlos. Especially the Teamsters here were very against it. I remember talking to some Teamster buddies about it, and I understood his points completely. I think the point was that we should have been there first to get to them first.
Yeah, I think I would be against CPUSA endorsing the convoys, altogether, like endorsing them for what they were. I just think we should have deployed organizers to the areas where they were at. But that's a really good point. And yeah, I wonder what the specifics of the labor within the Communist Party, like what they were specifically against. If they were saying, we don't want to have anything to do with this, we don't even want, to send people in there to organize these workers, or, were they saying we just don't want the party to endorse this, full stop? Do you know?
I only know a little bit about it, and it was mostly an economic thing that a lot of them were sort of against the unions and doing other stuff around that. So, like, a small business would go there and order their guys there, that kind of thing. But I don't really know enough details on that.
Well, you mentioned sending out people to organize and not like, as opposed to like formally endorsing it. The people that would organize, those folks based themselves from the very beginning against it. Because, from the beginning of the pandemic, and Eddie, you wrote about this a couple of years ago when the pandemic was taking off, the sort of protocols that businesses took in order to ensure worker safety were just horrific. There were basically no protocols. OSHA was a mess. I remember you did videos that blew up at the time when we had the bigger TikTok about how there was reports that had been submitted to OSHA that were just never looked at, right? Only like one or two were looked at. So that segment of the working class, which was a bit more organized, I don't think necessarily on the question of like mandates, they were like against it. I don't know, but when the people that would have organized those spaces from the beginning said no, as communist organizers outside the organized labor movement, you have to listen to them. At least I think so, and because it would be them who would
so
be
long as it's workers. There's also a history of the labor union bureaucracy in this country being divorced from the actual working class, so that's why I think the specifics matter too. Like, is this a sector of people who we know are of the proletariat and are working on a daily basis, who are also members of the Communist Party, who are saying, no, don't go in here and don't organize these people, it's a bad idea? Or is it, labor bureaucrats who want to discourage, any sort of organizing of the areas that they represent? Yeah, I guess that would be my other question, too. But
I really wish I knew more about it. I just don't,
I don't know the specifics either, and that brings it back to what the first topic was, which was the labor aristocracy, right? and how it functions and how it creates bridges within the working class in the process of its organization. But yeah, I don't know. That's just a point to sort of counterbalance the I think correct points that both of you made, which are points that I hold myself, which is that it doesn't matter what ideology. Of course, exclude like Nazism. If you have like workers filled with swastikas, fuck them, you know. But you organize based on class, and when there's people in motion, you go there and you, because if you analyze like the demands, the direct demands, were concerning mandates, right? Which is like, I mean, come on, but there's a series of things that are presupposed there, right? Distrust of pharmaceutical companies. They call it big pharma. We just call it another field of monopoly capital, of monopolized capital. They distrusted the media, which of course, who is the media in the hands of? The owning class. And they distrusted the politicians, which is the state. And who do the politicians represent? Well, the big corporations. So at the core, your discontent, it spoiled over. The nodal point for them was that mandate stuff, which, you know, it's unfortunate. But either way, if you just look at that last degree that takes the water from a liquid to a gas, you're not understanding the process of the quantitative accumulation that came before that. And I think with this truckers movement, it's the same thing. What led these workers to distrust the media, the state, big pharma? Where is that rooted in? And that's of course rooted in the contradictions of capitalism. And so there was of course an opportunity of entering these spaces and letting them know that their discontents are not policy. They're not related to specific corrupt politicians or specifically evil capitalists, right? Destroy this notion, you know, that sometimes serves as anti-Semitic whistles, that it's just this capitalist or that capitalist. No, it's the capitalist class which functions as the embodiment of capital under capitalism. That's the root of your discontent. That was, of course, something that we could have done, but it wasn't done. And I think that at some point you have to realize, well, if it hasn't been done, what's the benefit in like still supporting it, considering all the other conditions that are in play of the part of the working class that's not supporting it. And I think a lot of people that understood this first part of it, of why they should have been organized from the start, failed to realize some of the other parts, some more concrete factors that should have gone into the interpretation of the fact. And because, I mean, you say, okay, let's organize them. If we stayed away from the topic in Midwestern Marx, but if we would have came completely in favor of it, were we going to send people? Were we going to send the Patreon members from Midwestern Marx to Canada? Were we going to send Eddie over there and Aaliyah to organize some truckers and me and a pachang? You know, we weren't going to do that, right? And because the people that could have done it didn't, right? They didn't think that it was in their self-interest as parts of the more.
Here's the main thing. I mean, we focus so much on this one isolated event because it was a big event, but ultimately these workers are discontented. Like you said, there's an accumulation of things that are making them discontented, and this is just the mandates happen to be the one thing that boiled over. But I mean, imagine you're a worker grinding every day in this terrible job, and all of a sudden, you know, some sort of reason to rise up, you know, against your boss comes around. Because a lot of these people think that socialism's not an option. They think that socialism's failed every time it's been tried, and there's no socialist party going to them and trying to organize them every day, saying the problem is your boss, the problem is these corporations who are taking home this much profit. You know, that's value that your labor creates. You need to get organized. You know, we need to go to them before these you know, sort of things come to a head, and workers are ready to rise up against their bosses. Because right now they're being organized for reactionary means, for right-wing means, but we need to go to them first. We need to go to them now, you know, and offer them offer them an alternative, and find a way to get them actually organized. So when the time to actually act comes around, workers have real organs of power with which to act. It's hard to form an organ of worker power after the event happens. Even if we would have sent people to organize the freedom convoys or whatever, who knows how effective that really would have been. But if we go to organize those workplaces now, if we offer people an alternative, who knows? Maybe we have some kind of worker strike for a living wage rather than a trucker strike for vaccine mandates. So yeah, I think it also misses the core of the problem.
Which I think also, I think it also goes back to how we're approaching the question of spontaneity. And the role that spontaneity has in a revolutionary movement.
Hey, Carlos, can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah, go.
I'm sorry. My son is about to get here any minute, so I'm gonna have to go. I just wanted to say one thing on this before I went, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we began by talking about the truckers' strike, right? But it's bigger than that. There was an entire anti-vax movement, and what I think. One of the things I like to focus on is making us better at being us. And what I think we did way too much of was criticizing all of the working class people who were anti vax and not enough time listening to why they became anti vax. And it's exactly what Carlos listed, right? They were suspicious of this big corporation, suspicious of the government, and suspicious of the media. Those are all things that we have the genuine answer for, right? And so when we can get in there and explain the truth, that makes sense to people. They don't just dismiss it, right? Other than that, it has been an absolute pleasure talking with you, Eddie, and always a pleasure talking with you, Carlos. And I will see you guys next time.
Likewise, brother. Take care.
Thank you so much for joining us, Noah. Appreciate it.
An honor, brother.
Everyone, please make sure to check out Noah's fantastic Twitter account. One sec, I'm gonna click away from Carlos's beautiful face here so I can show you guys Noah's Twitter account. But he's been doing, as we said, the 1 Minute Mark series on our channel. But he also does these awesome Twitter threads where he explains Marxist concepts. Got a really cool Twitter bio, regular working class guy that just wants to help make things better. I like it, simple. Alright. So yeah, shout out to Noah for coming on. Alright, Carlos, were you saying something before Noah had to head out there?
I just wanted to mention the question of spontaneity. I think it plays a role. It played a role here, right?
The question of spontaneity he's talking about. Sorry, I had you muted, Carlos.
The question of spontaneity, which is of course an old question in the communist movement. It goes back to Lenin's debates with economism, and to some extent, of course, his debates with Rosa Luxemburg. But the question of spontaneity versus organization, which is, at least in the formulation of the question itself, already a sign of economism. But if, like we've mentioned, if the organized structures would have already been in place for workers to understand the roots of their discontent in the capitalist system, when these spontaneous uprisings arise, they arise for the right reasons. And also, they don't just diffuse, right? One of the things that we've seen, not just with the trucker convoy, but we've seen it with every movement. Every single movement has been that people get really mad, they hit the streets, they break some windows, they pull down some statues, but then like a week passes, or even just a weekend, and then they're back to work on Monday like if nothing has happened. I think this almost has a stabilizing function in the stage of capitalism that we're in, that people are so discontent, they just have to let it go. You know, Frantz Fanon talks in The Wretched of the Earth about the role of some African dances in just releasing accumulated libidinal, a sort of libidinal release. And I think these protests that just spring up spontaneously and diffuse with the same quickness with which they sprung, these protests have a similar function for capitalism. They stabilize because they allow people's accumulated discontent to just be diffused, and then it accumulates slowly, and then they hit the streets whenever something new pops up. And the way to avoid that cycle wherein people hitting the streets turns into a stabilizing factor for capitalism, the way to avoid it is to organize them. Organize them in a way in which they understand, in which they have class consciousness, which means that they understand the historical role and duty of the proletariat, the historical nature of the existing order, and the root of their cause in the capitalist system, in the capitalist mode of production. And spontaneity is not that we're against spontaneity. Things, obviously, there's for everything, there's going to be boiling points. Nodal points is the concept that Hegel used, that gets appropriated in Marxism. Nodal points where things pop, and there's a qualitative transformation. But we have to do the work so that when that point gets there, it actually goes somewhere, and it doesn't just so that it's not just an ephemeral sort of thing and just diffuses quite quickly.
Yeah,
But
MLK says something similar, even, you know, on the African American community in America, talking about he said a riot is the expression of the unheard, or the voice of the unheard. So, you know, these issues these complaints go unheard for so long, you know, you need eventually some sort of release of rage. And I think, yeah, you're right. That's sort of we've sort of seen periodic uprisings or collective fits of rage against the establishment have come about, but they've largely been totally spontaneous. And, you know, if we were to be organized, we could really capitalize on, you know, on that feeling of discontent. I see a good question here in the chat. I want to answer it and give you a chance to answer it if you want. It says, Carlos and Eddie, what are your guys' opinion of people using the word globalist? Is this a term that we should use on the left? To me, it seems intentionally nebulous, intended to provide cover for the capitalist ruling class. I agree with there's these bourgeois sociology terms that we try and avoid using. Carlos has talked about a few, like, you know, like intersectionality even, or privilege, this sort of discourse that tends to distract from class. There's a lot of vocabulary that comes along with it that distracts from Marxism and you know, should be relegated to like bourgeois sociology. But I also think there are terms that are used by like right wingers or you know, neocons even, that also should be avoided. Like globalist, you know, could easily be replaced with imperialist, or you know, an imperialist is a much more Marxist, much more materialist understanding of what a globalist is. Because it's not, you know, a group of people who rule the globe, who meet in back rooms and make all these decisions, you know. Largely, imperialism is anarchic, because you have lots of competitive interests, right? The bourgeoisie is still competing with each other. So you do have this imperialist death machine, and you have a lot of accumulation and concentration of power at the top. But there are still divisions within the capitalist class, and it's not like the capitalist class could just halt their imperialism at any minute. You know, they're incentivized to expand. They're required by law to do everything they can to make as much money as they can for their shareholders. So, you know, it's going to take the dismantling of the capitalist system to stop this, you know, sort of globalist imperialism, as people call it. So, but at the same time, you know, when I've seen Marxists who use the word globalist, and it's like, I know what they mean. I know they're not, you know, using it like in an anti-Semitic way, but I do personally try and avoid it for that reason. And I can't wait to hear what you have to say about that, Carlos.
Yeah, well, it's I mean, you could call it like a dog whistle for the right. The right definitely uses it in a context that is usually anti-Semitic and bigoted. But the concept of globalization in general begins to pop up after the fall of or the overthrow of the Soviet Union as a more academic concept, and some in Marxist spaces have described the era that we're in as global capitalism. Global capitalism. Specifically, there's this thinker, I forget his first name, but Williams. He has a book called Latin America and Global Capitalism. And he proposes this term to describe a stage of capitalism where the whole world is basically already bound by the laws of capitalism, and there's transnational corporations that are not necessarily too tied to one country, and they're working within different countries. You start to read and you're like, you've never read Lenin, huh? Lenin, you've never read Lenin, because if you would have read Lenin, you would have realized that what makes that period from 1898 to 1914, the emergence of imperialism, what makes that period a new stage in capitalism is that capital had already expanded all over the world. The whole world was already open to capitalism. And there's other characteristics that are central to it: monopoly capital, finance capital as the unity of banking and industrial capital. So these concepts, transnational corporations, I mean, corporations were already exporting capital to other countries from the time that Lenin was writing, right? That's the essence. You're not exporting commodities as England was in the 19th century. You're exporting capital, because when you export capital, you can super exploit the workers in those regions, and you can extract the resources from those places. And because capital has to grow, this creates a condition where we're bound to have constant wars. And I mean, have we ever had even a year without war in the last, since Lenin's writings? No, we haven't, right? It's been constant wars over the spheres of influence of capital. And we've been in a multipolar stage ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, or the overthrow of the Soviet Union. But the concept that we have is good. The concept we have is really, really good at explaining the current situation in the world today and how capitalism is functioning. I don't want to use another concept unless it's able to better explain the concrete situation we're in. And I think the most concrete concept that we have is imperialism. I don't use either global capitalism, nor globalist, nor globalism. And I don't think we should use it either, because it helps distract from the fact that the system we're talking about is a system, and that at its core, it's capitalism at just another stage, capitalism at the stage of monopoly capital.
See, it's not that we're dogmatic. It's that Marx and Lenin got so much right, and then they've just been ignored by mainstream academics. So you have mainstream academics coming up with these boo-foo-ass theories, or these theories that they think are the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you read them and you're like, dude, Lenin said this 60 years ago, and it's way more impressive because you're just looking at the world around you and saying, oh, these transnational corporations sure have merged with the big banks and are doing imperialism abroad. But Lenin said that was going to happen 60 years ago, and he was just looking at it in its embryonic form as it was, first developing into this. And obviously I got my bachelor's in politics, and like the reason that I always stress people read Vijay Prashad's Washington Bullets, and like that's really one of the only geopolitical texts that I tell people to read besides Lenin's imperialism, is because Vijay uses Lenin's imperialism as a jumping off point. He uses that as his starting point, his basis. So he says, okay, here's what Lenin said about imperialism. He got that right, based that off Marx's ideas of imperialism and neocolonialism that he was coming to at the end of his life. And then just makes an analysis of the different apparatuses of imperialism, the different state apparatuses. Because since World War II, you've had the development of things like the IMF, the World Bank, and the U.S. dominated global financial system. You've had the creation of the UN. You've had creation of U.S. special forces. Various things like this. So various apparatuses of imperialism which need to be analyzed and given their own theory. But it's hard when you don't have Lenin's analysis first, as the basis. Understanding that these apparatuses, really don't. They have people who operate within them who have minds of their own, but the apparatuses themselves really don't have minds of their own. They work at the behest of capital, and whatever capitalist interests are tied to them. So it just makes the work of investigating this and analyzing this much easier if you have the Marxist-Leninist basis going into it. And I say that as someone who analyzed politics for like 3-4 years at an academic level without understanding Marxism, and then came back to it with the Marxist-Leninist lens.
We also have to remember, you mentioned something very important: the desire to create new theories and new ways of looking at things. It is the case, of course, that theoreticians are grounded in specific classes, and that those theoreticians produce the ideal ideas for the classes that they represent. So bourgeois academia is going to produce ideas that perpetuate the existing bourgeois order. And what's going to be considered radical is always going to be within the parameters of what that existing ruling order considers comfortable. But we also have to remember another dimension, which is something that new concept has been developed by some sociologists called academic capitalism, which is that there's another more direct material economic incentive of developing something new, which is publication. If you're developing new things, you're going to get published more. And when you publish that, other people, because they have to cite people who are writing right now, they're going to cite you, and they're going to appreciate you, especially if you have some prominence, giving them a new term that they can toss around and look all smart with. So it's both the fact that academics in general, because of the institutional structures in which they're based, are bourgeois institutions. They represent the ideas of the existing order, but they also have this interest in a constant fetish of the new. And the fetish of the new makes theory not about assessing truth, not about achieving the most concrete understanding of the concrete world possible, which I think the dialectical materialist method is what gives you the possibility to do that. It's not truth that matters, it's the newness, writing new things, writing things that are provocative and new, right? And saying just completely absurd and sometimes contradictory to common sense things, so that you can be published, so you can get the books, so you can be in the hottest journals, and ultimately, if you do that, you get a good job and you get a good paycheck, and then people hire you to give talks around different prestigious institutions. And I mean, we tried at one point when we were in Laura's, we tried to get Cornel West, who's somewhat of a Christian socialist. We tried to hire him. And I think, if I recall correctly, it was close to $30,000 to bring. So these talks make a pretty buck for these academics. So it is in their interest to publish these things, and eventually it just perpetuates this ridiculous cycle of just saying new stuff.
For sure, that's a that's a good point that not everybody thinks about. It's interesting. Anytime you're able to look at a certain field of study, or you're just talking about academia in general, you're able to see certain ways in which capitalism has commodified it and corrupted it. Like, I'm looking at healthcare right now, and there's all these specific ways in which the pharmaceutical companies and all these other companies are commodifying healthcare and using it to make a buck, that you can see when you zoom in specifically on the industry. But I have a really, really important question for you now, Carlos, and it definitely relates to what we've been talking about. Super important, but I've been researching lately the debate as to whether dinosaurs are real or not. And it relates in that the argument is basically that the prominence of dinosaur theory came about in the West, specifically in America, around the same time as the rise of capitalism, and a lot of the museum owners and paleontologists who were promoting dinosaurs, were making a buck off of having people come look at these giant dinosaur creatures in their museums. Um, so, the argument is that dinosaurs basically came to represent Western expansionism and American exceptionalism, and the philanthropists at the time basically developed a symbiotic relationship with the paleontologists where they would fund their research, and then the paleontologists would pump out these crazier and crazier looking dinosaurs. And now, if you look at the modern science, our understanding of what dinosaurs are is always changing, and it's a little bit sketchy as to how they put these things together. Do you have an opinion? Have you looked into this at all? Are you part of hashtag dinosaurs aren't real, or not?
I'm gonna give you a response in the same vein as the question, which means very theoretical and advanced. Of course, they're real. There's documentaries about it. They've done like 3 documentaries. They're pretty darn good. They're called Jurassic Park. I mean, they've built these things back from genetic codes that they have found in eggs that have been in the ground for millions of years. So of course, dinosaurs are real. I mean, we have documentaries showing that you can even make them today.
I watched that one Jurassic Park movie with Chris Pratt, but it sucked ass. So, but now that I know that it was real and those were real dinosaurs, maybe it's a better movie than I thought.
I like the original. I haven't seen any after that. I feel like they're now doing this thing where they release one like every 3 years. It's like with the Batman stuff. But
I don't get how people continually watch it, like the Marvel movies, and they just take something from the 80s or the 70s, and then they're like, here it is now with really good special effects. We used a lot of money to make it. Like, that's exactly what Jurassic Park is, and it's the same thing every time. But yeah, I thought the original movies were cool. I had a science teacher who really liked them. That was about the genetic code being frozen in amber, which, there's more science to that, or it's more, I guess, scientifically possible or interesting. I think the later movies just got more ridiculous, but I don't know. Sorry,
that's as a philosopher, that's what I'm gonna say is half a joke. Okay, so don't take it too seriously. But that's those are the lowly sciences. Philosophy is the science of science. So, it's another level. So I have no time to deal with these lowly matters.
Someone in the chat says, it's not that, I guess Haas of Infrared was saying that dinosaurs don't exist, but he said it's not that dinosaurs don't exist, it's that dinosaurs as we know them aren't real. Okay, based on my research, which is limited, that's pretty much true. Like, scientists now are saying that the way that these, like, triceratops were put together by these really early paleontologists is not, the way that these animals actually looked. They were more like marine animals, just earlier animals at an earlier stage of evolution that walked on all fours and whatnot. But, it's unlikely that it's like a triceratops like we imagined. But now dinosaurs have been like, I don't know what you would call it, solidified in American culture. Like, I grew up watching The Land Before Time, so I have this very like cartoonish idea of what dinosaurs look like. And now scientists are saying this is not what they look like. They're pretty much like amphibious, creatures, or we don't know exactly what they look like, but not these like cartoonish sort of dragon monsters that we envision them because of cartoons. So yeah, that conversation was worth having, I think. I really needed to get that off my chest about the dinosaurs. But did you have some other topics you wanted to discuss, Carlos, or did you want to react to some videos, or what do you have in mind?
I can do either. I had invited Alex so that he can talk to us about COINTELPRO. I don't think he's seen the message. I'm open to doing either. reacting or just continuing to talk about something else?
Oops, sorry, I
Oh, I
accidentally
saw.
muted myself.
Started watching it. I almost had a heart attack 3 minutes in.
Oh man. Do we dare watch it?
Yeah, I think it's fruitful.
Okay. So what we can do is I will mute my mic and play it, and then at a certain point I'll just pause it, and then we can discuss if that works for you.
Do I need to mute my mic?
Yeah, probably. Otherwise, it'll probably come through on your mic. Yeah. Okay. So Understanding Marxism series. Is that what we should watch? Okay, I guess we'll start with the first one. Just says Understanding Marxism series.
Why does anyone still care about Marxism? Karl Marx has been dead for well over a century. Everywhere Marxism has been tried,
Eddie, I think
it
you
has left
muted
death and
yourself. I think you muted yourself on the stream. Okay.
destruction in its wake. In fact, nothing in the last
I
1,000
don't
years
see a
comes
video.
close to the amount of tyranny, terror, and mass murder brought about by Marxist regimes.
Maybe someone in the chat can help.
Alright, now it should work better. Let's restart. Alright, I forgot to switch it.
Oh, it popped up. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself now.
Why does anyone still care about Marxism? Karl Marx has been dead for well over a century. Everywhere Marxism has been tried, it has left death and destruction in its wake. In fact, nothing in the last 1,000 years comes close to the amount of tyranny, terror, and mass murder brought about by Marxist regimes. Yet Marxism lives. It may present itself today as postmodernism, multiculturalism, feminism, environmentalism, or critical race theory.
Alright, I want to pause it right there because I think you're a good person to talk about this with, Carlos. Why do they always say that Marxism is postmodernism? What the hell is this? Why do all the bourgeois academics conflate these things?
Oh my God. Because I honestly don't know. I just think they're dumb sometimes. But there's one of the main enemies of Marxism is postmodernism. Like if you look at some of the main Marxist educational projects, like Monthly Review, they had a lot of really good volumes towards the late 90s and early 2000s attacking postmodernism and contrapositioning themselves as Marxists against postmodernism. So I don't know why they draw that comparison. The only thing that I can think of is that there were certain people in the postmodernist movement, specifically in France, like Foucault, who, when the 68 movements arose, and people were getting organized along socialistic lines, they opportunistically joined those movements, even though some of the things that the movements were organizing against, people like Foucault had been some of the culprits in like academic formalism, just how the institutions were run and stuff like that. Gabriel Rockhills, who's a PSO member and a pretty prominent philosopher, I really enjoy his work. He's written quite a bit on this. He's got 2 articles for Philosophical Salon on Foucault, but he was someone who I think was in the party, in the French Communist Party for a little bit, and again he participated in these protests opportunistically. But I can't say why they relate these 2 things. I mean, in part it's because this was the left that was funded by the intelligence agencies, like the CIA and MI6, right? This was the left that was funded because this was the one that didn't substantially oppose the existing order. And this was the one that could be used as an anti-communist left. So again, it's I think theoretical developments that ultimately land at left anti-communism. And, just because of its more sometimes outrageous and provocative statements in terms of more cultural topics that, traditional Marxists wouldn't really touch on that much. It's been an object of attack from the right, but there is no connection between postmodernism and Marxism. Marxism is a world outlook that believes in history, believes in historical progress. It analyzes things systematically, and it is a system of understanding the world, albeit an open one, but it is a system nonetheless. And postmodernism just rejects all of these things and anything that smells like grand narratives. And because it's been infiltrated through the academy into Western Marxist academics, I guess, people like PragerU or Jordan Peterson make those connections, but real Marxism is not touched by postmodernists with a 10-foot pole.
Right, and I have a couple points about this too. One, we've been reacting to a lot of PragerU's videos and their nonsense propaganda, and people always point out they have or Dennis Prager has this ethno-nationalist or sort of fascistic bent to him. So here, they're saying that Marxism, after demonizing Marxism so much, saying it's the worst thing ever, and it's been followed by death and destruction, they say Marxism may present itself as multiculturalism. As if, sort of to conflate multiculturalism as this idea that's brought death and destruction. So that's something that you'll see hinted at a lot in these PragerU videos. Sometimes they hint at some really racist underlying ideas. But then also, we've been talking about the importance of Marxist vocabulary and Noah's, sort of Marxist terms series that he's been doing, and how we want to avoid using bourgeois sociology terms. So environmentalism is a good example. Environmentalism has been co-opted by capitalists. It's this sort of liberal thing, this idea of, if you recycle, you can save the earth, when in reality we know we need to transition ourselves off fossil fuels on a mass scale, and it's going to take a mass mobilization to do so. And it's something that we call eco-socialism, and China is leading the way and moving a lot of their cities towards becoming eco-cities and developing these high-speed rail systems that are allowing for less transportation via cars, and less polluting. So it's much different than, just liberal environmentalism. Noah, I know, has written on maybe it was something else, or one of our other writers has written on critical race theory and how it differs from Marxism. But that's why it's important to distinguish between these concepts as well, because people try and right-wingers and bad actors like PragerU will try and conflate Marxism with stuff that it's not.
Paul So is our staff writer. He wrote an article. I forget the title, but it does a really good systematic juxtaposition of Marxism and critical race theory, and shows that first of all, such a thing as critical race theory it's hard to pin down because there's different schools. There's an idealist and a more materialist school. The materialist one is a little bit closer to Marxism, but either way, both are in essence contradictory to Marxism, and I think he shows that quite well in the article we published. Environmentalism, I think that's probably environmentalism and feminism, I think, is probably the closest ones to, not really Marxism, but
with feminism, you have to make the distinction. Rev Left Radio has a really good podcast with Bridget O'Quillan, where they distinguish between radical feminism, liberal feminism, and proletarian feminism. So it's you can't, conflate the two, like PragerU tries to, but, of course, their job isn't to actually tell you what Marxism is. Their job is to teach you that Marxism is evil, or, if they can't do that, confuse your understanding of what it even means. So.
One of the things that I want to note, just because it goes back to another harmful tendency, which is the anti-reading tendency. Don't read theory. that it's more prominent in like TikTok or something, and I think parts of Twitter as well. But if you don't read theory and if you don't understand Marxist theory in a systematic manner, which you can, I'm sorry, you can only do it if you're reading the text. You know, just watching Midwestern Marx videos is not enough. You know, we seek to help, but we're not enough. Read the actual books. If you don't do that, how do you, one, debate against PragerU, which is the sort of easier animal to beat, but how do you beat like the folks who are making the sorts of associations with some of these things that they're connecting to Marxism in the name of creating what someone here very nicely, effusive stoicism, called a compatible left? You know, how do you argue against that if you're not with the strongest instrument that history has given mankind for understanding the world, if you're not with dialectical materialism in your hand? So always read. I guess that's always a point we somehow.
I mean, that's always a good point to make, and I'm sorry I had to introduce you to the anti-reading debate. I couldn't believe it was a real debate when I first stumbled into it either. I'm like, didn't you guys watch Reading Rainbow as kids? But I digress. All right, let's jump back into the video here. We only got 30 seconds in before we started getting angry.
But it's still Marxism. So, there must be good reasons why it has endured, even flourished in the face of unremitting failure. Say what you will about Marx the economist, he was a master psychologist. He recognized that there are many people in every society who are motivated by envy and resentment. Marx speaks directly to them. He tells them that their responsibility for the misery in their lives belongs to the capitalist system. If we can just get rid of that, he promises, we can eliminate poverty, inequality, exploitation, class conflict, war, and alienation. Not a bad list if you're looking to start a revolution. But there's more. Marxism assures us that this socialist utopia is close at hand, available to all, not in some distant future or in the next life, but here and now.
So I always feel compelled to stop when we're reacting to these videos. I don't have to stop it every time they say socialism has failed, right, and explain to you guys that the first 10 years of China under communism was the fastest increase in life expectancy ever in human history. I don't have to bang all these statistics, but I have to stop it every time they say Marxism is the idea that we can implement a utopia, a socialist utopia, because one of the first books I read about Marxism was Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, where Engels lays out the distinction between scientific socialism, which is what Marxism preaches, versus utopian socialism, and explains that, you know, there can be no utopia. You can't just create some sort of workers' utopia in the middle of capitalism. It just doesn't work that way. It takes a scientific progression, a progression of the class struggle where the proletariat develops as a class and then is able to seize political and economic power and eventually abolish classes. And it happens slowly. There's a process of construction because every new system is birthed from the old, so it's going to have the birthmarks of the old system. So you need a process of construction to create this new system, which means you can't implement a utopia overnight. You have to build the new system out of the current system and the current material conditions that you have around you. And this is one of the great insights of Marxism, and one of the great insights of Marx. So it's just infuriating to no end when these people talk about utopia or the heaven on earth that Marx never ever preached once. Although he was an optimistic thinker, you know, who didn't think doom and gloom, society is doomed. You know, he believed in a brighter future, but in a very, very realistic way.
Eddie, I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're wrong. Marx was a psychologist. I don't know if you know that, but he got his PhD in psychology. It's just, I mean, how do you? It's the suit and tie. You put a suit and tie, and you can say whatever you want, and people will eat it up. You have a clean haircut, and you wear a suit and tie, and you wear, you know, these glasses like the ones we're wearing now, which I'm sure they're blue light glasses. They're not prescription. I'm sure we're on the same boat. But if you got the suit on and you look professional, you can say whatever the hell you want, and some people will eat it up, right? Especially if they're in the sort of economic positions, as Upton Sinclair, a great American socialist, once said, that makes them not believe the truth. And I mean, to say that Marx is a psychologist is just absolutely hilarious, right? I mean, there's nothing you could do with these videos besides just like what this one Family Guy scene does when Peter's stuck on listening to "The Bird Is the Word," and then Stewie and I think Chris and Brian just take out the CD and they just fucking stomp on it and hit it with a bat for like 30 minutes. That's the only thing you could do in PragerU videos. I mean, you have to download their stuff into a CD so that you could do that and then record yourself doing that. And then only then is anything related to PragerU gonna have any value for humanity.
It's so bad. I don't know. People often send us better arguments against Marxism, to respond to real, more, I don't know, better arguments than what PragerU comes up with. Like you said, it's just a heap of garbage. It's just nothing but straw man after straw man. I've been amazed, honestly, since our chat started sending me PragerU videos. It's like, because they have all this money, like you said, they're wearing the suit and tie, they have the narrator, they have this, beautiful animation, and it's like these people are just talking straight bullshit. So, we can continue with this straight bullshit.
All we have to do is overcome one little obstacle: human nature. Marx expressed his deepest views on this subject in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. They can be summed up in one phrase: the enemy of being is having. In other words, the desire to own things makes you a bad person. However, you're not to blame. The blame belongs to capitalism. The most common interpretation of Marx's philosophy suggests that he opposed capitalism because it creates an unjust world of inequality, exploitation, and class conflict. Marxism, according to this view, is all about equalizing income and social status. This is true, but it doesn't go far enough. Marx saw the accumulation of material wealth as dehumanizing. The more money and material possessions one acquires, the more estranged one is from his true humanity.
Carlos, I learned something new today. Marx was against human nature, and he thought that if you want to own things, that means you're a bad person. See, when I was reading Marx, he was talking a lot about ownership, and he said, the bourgeois class has their power because they own the means of production. And it's in the interest of the workers to seize control of the means of production and own the means of production. So he's saying, he's encouraging people to seize ownership. But, you see, now because of this very smart PragerU video, that leads to a contradiction. Because Marx, the moralist, said that owning things makes you a bad person inherently. So how do you feel that Marxism has been debunked?
I think Unparalleled Dev captures it perfectly. Communism is when no toothbrush. That's all communism is, man. It just leads to poverty every time. But no, since, to say that a work that Marx does when he's 26 years old, the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844, express his, quote, deepest views, is to be an idiot. I mean, people have gone to the point of interpreting these manuscripts as a Marx before Marxism, like a non-Marxist Marx. Like, I don't share that interpretation. I mean, I just finished an article on reviewing Marcelo Musto's anthology of Marx's writings on alienation, and I argue, along with Musto, Schaff, and others, that there's a continuum, right? That, the stuff that was there early on just gets better and better and better. But to say that his deepest views are expressed in 1984 in his deepest views on human nature. Oh boy. Marxism holds that human nature is socially conditioned. If you're gonna have, to use an Aristotelian concept, a sort of prime matter, like a basic substance that humans are composed of, it's pretty much empty. It's empty unless it's historically actualized, right? In order for there to be something like a human nature, it has to be always embedded in a specific mode of life. So he doesn't reject human nature. He has an understanding of human nature which is historical, which means that the ideas that you have, the affects, how they manifest themselves, how you view the world, how you understand yourself viewing the world, and how you understand your society, all of these things are direct results of the historical societies that you are a part of. That is something that today in 2022, most intelligent people agree that in ancient Greece, it was okay, they thought it was okay, as you can read in Plato's Symposium, for philosophy teachers to be basically in bed and in a sexual, halfway amorous, halfway teaching relationship with their younger students. That was a result of a specific society. Now, those ideas today we consider despicable, right? But those ideas arose because of a specific context. Take any sort of idea, the belief in kings, although Britain still exists, and so does Spain, but I mean, whatever. But the belief in kings, to some extent, the belief in God and the way we believe in God, right? The way we think and the characteristics that people love pointing at and saying, this is human nature, all of those things always vary according to the specific mode of life of the human being you're analyzing. Socialist humans living under a socialist mode of production think differently, engage with the world differently than those living in a capitalist mode of production, who engage differently than those living in a capitalist mode of production in the stage of mercantile capitalism.
And Marx, sorry, but Marx doesn't believe this because, it's convenient for him to then say, so we can have a socialist utopia and mold human nature to whatever I want it to be. He says this because it's the material reality, and if you look at the way society was organized back in, humans' primitive state, it was a sort of primitive communism before, a surplus arose, which allowed for the ownership of a surplus of goods, which allowed for the division of society into classes, and the division into one class which doesn't work but owns, and one class which works, one class which is exploited, which causes all these different or it causes all these changes in human nature or human psychology, the way that people at that time period think. And I always think about this as a coach. I coach athletic teams as like a full or part-time job. And you have to understand that kids are a product of their environment, not even just the kids that you're working with and the environment that you're trying to create for them in your team. But you have to understand that the environment that produced them, some kids are from rural areas and they've never been off the farm. Some kids are from city areas. And this is going to have differences, or result in differences in their personality, their nature. So it's not that Marx is inventing this idea that human nature is malleable. It's that this is what's been seen throughout reality. And then, like you were saying today, Carlos, pretty much everyone acknowledges that, we are a product of our environment. Nature versus nurture is the classic debate, and, your genetics and genetic makeup and stuff like that might have something to do with it, but largely people are a product of their environment, and human nature is a product of your historical and material conditions. And, in the study of psychology, since we're talking about Marx, the great psychologist, they study the development of children and different marking points or checkpoints or whatever you call it, milestones in the development of children. And for years they didn't know what a child or person's development would be like if they had no environment, if they had no people around them to communicate with and raise them. But eventually, sadly, they found a girl who her dad had just kept her in an attic for like 24 years and just, kept her alive by feeding and giving her water. It was horrible abuse. And they gave this girl the best medical attention in the world, the best developmental psychologist in the world to try and, develop their intellect. And it didn't work. They just couldn't develop any human relations or communicate, and the person died like 4 years later. So without an environment, there is no human nature. Human nature comes from the material conditions that we exist in. And if you deny that, I feel like you're just being an idealist, or you're just being like, I'm built different. I'm not shaped by my environment. I'm just the way I am because I said so.
I'm built different. That's funny. You also you mentioned genetic makeup. Is even that is something in constant evolution. I mean, Darwin exists, right? I don't know if it does for these people, but the time of Aristotelian essences that were unchanging, that's gone, baby. I mean, toss that out the window. That doesn't exist neither at a sociological nor at a biological level. Things are always in a constant state of motion and progress, according to both their environment and in part to genetic makeup that's also malleable. One of the other interesting things he mentions is equal income. Marxists want everyone to make the same amount of money. You know what's funny? This is coming from a PragerU video, but I was a few semesters ago when I had first started in grad school. I had a class on philosophy of race, and one of the questions that I always kept on bringing up, as I think we should whenever we are in academic settings, is the class question, right? Because all this philosophy of race stuff, it really breaks with the brilliant traditions of Black communists who always realized that the oppression of Black people is tied to capitalism and that their liberation is tied to the liberation of the working class in general. So I would always bring up this question and bring up the question of socialism, which, I mean, it was just commonsensical to Black theoreticians from the 1970s before that their liberation was tied to socialism. I would bring up the question, and then I had someone, a bourgeois background person, they mentioned, well, racism is not going to be eliminated when everyone has an equal income. I almost spit out my drink when they said that in class, because I mean it's PragerU level discourse, and this is someone in a graduate program. I'm sure that the audience knows this, but communists don't want everyone to have equal income. Even the idea of money in the more ideal end we're fighting for, that sort of mediation which stands in the middle between the things we produce and the things we consume, that's not something we want to exist. But either way, communism is not about having everyone make the same thing. In the Soviet Union, for instance, there was pay ranges where people could make up to 10 times more than someone else according to the type of work that they made. It was even more, in the sense, unequal than like the Mondragon cooperatives that people love to point to in I think in Spain, because they have like a pay differentiation of 5, right? You can make up to 5 times as much as someone else. But communism is not about income. We realize that income is a result of production. It exists within a different sphere, and it's the relations that we analyze are not necessarily income relations. We see those as effects of relations of production. So you can be a capitalist and be broke, and you can be a worker and make a decent living. But it's about what relation the one has to production that matters, right?
Yeah, the focus on equal income is a ridiculous right-wing talking point, but I think it's also one that a lot of communists have internalized, and they'll almost defend making everyone's income equal. It's like, you don't want a society like that. I always think of my buddy Brody, who worked at NASA when he was in college, and he just worked his butt off. He was, a above average intelligence person, but more so than that, just worked really, really hard. And right now he's working for some capitalist engineering firm, and they're exploiting the crap out of him because they've realized how intelligent he is, or how hard he'll work for the company. under a just system, under a socialist system, you want someone like that to be genuinely rewarded, right, for their work. Not only do you want their hard work to go into the benefit of society rather than going towards enriching some capitalist firm who's exploiting him. But people like that should earn more because they're giving more to society. And in the Soviet Union, the people who were making 10 times more income than some others were like scientists and doctors and people who were leading the way in technology. So you want to actually create incentives for people to work hard and create good things. And that's what Marxism has always been about. It hasn't been about, creating a society where everyone gets paid the exact same amount of money, the exact same dollar amount. Thank you to Papa Squats 1289 for resubscribing for 8 months. Let's go. I appreciate it. Should we get back to the video, Carlos? You got anything else?
I just wanted to push back a little bit just because of the Che in me, which is the idea of material incentive. I don't know, because what we saw was that what Che predicted would happen kind of did. And of course, there's a plethora of factors for why the Soviet Union was overthrown, but he argued that if you didn't create conditions where people worked because of the consciousness of the fact that their work benefited other people and not just because they would make more, which was how the Soviet Union was running at the time, that socialist consciousness wasn't going to develop. He had a famous quote which says that voluntary work is the school of communist consciousness. And I think we can see the difference in a sort of socialist project as large as the Soviet Union was, with as many resources as it had. It had a lot more capabilities to fight off imperialism, and ultimately, for various internal and external contradictions, it fell. But Cuba, even after the Soviet bloc fell, survived. And so I think that we too often push as idealists, this realm of developing socialist consciousness, but it has material effects. Cuba is still around. It's a shining example of socialism, specifically in Latin America. Any project that goes against U.S. imperialism, whether directly socialist or not, they trace their roots to Cuba, because they're the first country that has been able to successfully break itself from the American empire for more than 6 decades. And I think in large part this was because of the process of building socialist consciousness and moving beyond material incentives as the source for doing things.
That's true, and I wish Che would have lived to see the Cultural Revolution and what China now calls the failures of the Cultural Revolution that we were talking about earlier. Because in his writings, I do sense, some sort of, or a sense of like ultra leftism. He was really insistent on Cuba having a cultural revolution and that being more important than trading with the USSR and selling sugar to the USSR. And Fidel, seemed to be more of a pragmatist, and they actually started butting heads a little bit there before Che left. So I think Che was a bit of an ultra in certain ways, but I also think, he captured a lot of what was good about Mao's ideas of cultural revolution and uniting the proletariat. And I know one thing I've heard from people in the Soviet Union is they say the reason the Soviet Union lasted so long is because people had a pretty good life materially, yes, but more so it was this collective idea that they were leading the world to a new future, right? The working class really had an idea that they were building something special, and that they were going to lead the rest of the world to a brighter future without war and poverty and all the effects of class society. So, and we've talked a lot about Che's, socialist ethic and stuff like that. So, yeah, I agree. We criticize it as idealists sometimes, but the development of socialist consciousness is a good thing. And yeah, I think it's. I mean, I was saying, that under socialism we'll have, directly material incentives. These certain jobs will make more. But I think the incentive more so that we want to create is understanding that, the harder I work, the more my labor is going to go into benefiting all of society, right? Rather than being exploited, having all my hard work and labor going into making air ducts, which are sold to make a profit for some capitalists, my hard work is going into developing society and making people's lives better. which is, part of alienation. That's part of what's robbed for you or from you in capitalist production. So great point there, Carlos. Ready to head back to the video now?
Sure.
What was that? In the philosopher's socialist paradise, one gets to eat, drink, and go to the theater free of charge and without having to earn a living. Best of all, you get to do it without the guilt of being a moocher. All you have to do is enjoy yourself. Or, as Marx put it, you can do one thing today and another tomorrow. Hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, and rear cattle in the evening. Yes, rear cattle in the evening. That's how in touch Marx was with reality. But who cleans out the sewers, does the dirty jobs that keep a society functioning? Ironically, in the evil capitalist society, the sewer cleaner freely chooses to take on his job. In the socialist paradise, coercion is almost always required.
That one is good. Now, Carlos, you probably don't understand this because you're just a darn academic philosopher thinking up socialist Marxist paradises. But under capitalism, the people who clean poop out of the sewers fucking love it. They just are down there with like disco balls, partying. They have sewer karaoke nights. It's not that they need to sell their labor power to a capitalist who owns all the resources of society in order to survive and eat and have food and shelter. It's just that they love cleaning sewers. But under socialism, if you gave those people protections, if you gave them health care, if you made it so that they have a shorter work week and they don't have to spend so much time cleaning poop, that would be coercion and that would be forcing them to clean poop. So that's the difference between socialism and capitalism.
I'm so grateful for you explaining that because I didn't know that, and I have to incorporate that into my theoretical outlook because I really missed out on that one. But no, this perpetuates a myth which has never really been true, which is the freedom of election. I think it was Richard Wolff who used this metaphor. The freedom amounts to, do you want to get shot or do you want to get stabbed? It's that sort of giving you a choice. Giving you a choice, man. Come on. It's your choice, right? You get to get shot or you get to get stabbed. And that's what the choice under capitalism amounts to. It's work, sell yourself to the point where the most uniquely human activity becomes something that you do in order to live outside of that. Life for you starts when you're done working. Go into that condition or starve and die. Those are the two options, unless you're one of the leeches of the world which owns the places where everyone else is forced to work. If you're a parasitic class, and you don't have to make that decision. And in that sense, I guess the capitalists are not free, right? They don't have that option, that liberating option between the getting stabbed and getting shot, right? The working class does, but yeah.
And there's so much capitalist projection, in their criticisms of socialism, like saying that under socialism everyone's a moocher and you don't have to do anything, but you can feel like a moocher and you can, develop yourself culturally and enjoy the arts and play sports and do all these things without feeling like a moocher. It's like, what the hell is a capitalist? It's somebody who doesn't work, somebody who doesn't do any of the hard work like cleaning the poop out of the sewers that needs to be done, yet, they have all this wealth and all this time to develop themselves intellectually and culturally and whatever else. But, there's this constant sort of psychology of the capitalists and these folks like Dennis Prager where they know that they're moochers. They know that they're parasites. So they try and, project that onto anyone else and project that onto anyone advocating for socialism. It's been well documented that the Koch brothers, these oil oligarchs who inherited all their wealth from their father in the U.S. and some of the main political donors in the American political establishment, conservative donors, but they have an obsession with Ayn Rand. because if you believe Ayn Rand's philosophy, then their conscience is clear. Because Ayn Rand says, do whatever ever benefits you the most, be as selfish as possible, and that's what's good for society. And only that nonsensical, ludicrous philosophy can justify the kind of lifestyle that these capitalists live. So, it's a constant effort on their part to act like you're the moochers, the socialists are the moochers, the people who want to take my wealth that I worked hard for, they're the moochers, as I'm golfing at my country club with a bunch of servants or a bunch of kids I'm paying under $15 an hour, wiping my ass for me. Yeah, I don't know. Anything else to say about that, Carlos, or can we jump back? We're not making it very far through this video. We keep pausing it and going on rants, but...
Yeah, no, we could keep going. I think we've hammered it out enough.
Marx never bothered with such messy details. He left that to others. Unfortunately, those others always turn out to be megalomaniacs, like Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Castro, Pol Pot, and Hugo Chavez. They were the ones who brought Marx to life and in the process caused tens of millions to suffer and die. Contrary to Marx's claims, work freely chosen brings both money and dignity. Furthermore, most people work best when they pursue their own self-interest, an idea Marx despised. To him, self-interest turns everyone into Ebenezer Scrooge, greedy, grasping, and unfeeling. Not only is money, that is capital, inherently corrupting, but the acquisition of it can't be done honestly or fairly. The rich got rich by exploiting the worker. For Marx, there's no other possible explanation. For many today, there is no other possible explanation. For these people, Marx offers a philosophical justification for their anger, even their rage. From generation to generation, the formula never varies. Only by bringing the privileged down can the underprivileged be brought up. The venom that pours out of Marx's pen stems ultimately from the fact that reality wouldn't conform to his worldview. It never seems to have occurred to him that people are complex beings with different talents, ambitions, and desires. It may be more accurate to say he didn't care. If people wouldn't conform to his worldview voluntarily, then the state would just have to use other methods of persuasion, like murder and terror. It all made sense to the philosopher as he toiled away in a corner of the British Museum or in his squalid London apartment. What is astonishing is that millions came to believe him. What is tragic is that millions more suffered and died because they did. What is scary is that millions continue to believe. I'm Brad Thompson, professor of political science at Clemson University for Prager University.
I'm glad we got such an unbiased interpretation of Marx. I would expect nothing else from a professor at Clemson, a bourgeois institution. But one of the things they said there was kind of base. They said that the Marxist thinkers like Chavez, Stalin, and Mao brought Marxism to life, and that Marx didn't predict what socialism would look like, but left that to the working classes of the future. Like, on God, yeah, like facts. But but what they said about self-interest and Marx hating self-interest was horribly wrong. Of course, he thought that class conflict was waged because of the conflicting material interests of the capitalist class versus the working class, and all that the working class has to do is organize and fight in their own self-interests, and then they can bring about the abolition of classes. But because these two classes are diametrically opposed within the system that is capitalism, the working class fighting in their own interests will be to the detriment of the ruling class, of the bourgeoisie, because exploitation is not something that Marx imagined when he was writing in a library. Exploitation is something that's very real, it's material, and it's something that happens on a daily basis, when you're in the workplace. You are being exploited. And exploitation can be measured because it's a material thing, it's a quantitative thing. So Prager, you got that wrong as well. And yeah, it goes back to what I was saying before, there's always this underlying psychology with these bourgeois ideologues where they know they're exploiting people, where they know they're moochers, and they're saying, you know, Marx gives philosophical justification to people's rage, to people's anger. And that's what they're so scared of, because people's rage and anger can be philosophically justified. Like I said, it comes down to their exploitation, you know, and things that stem from that exploitation, like the accumulation of capital and imperialism and other things that Marx analyzed in great detail. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's all I have to say. But yeah, Marx did not hate self-interest. He was advocating for workers to fight in their own self-interest, and when their own self-interest is achieved, that's when we can create a new kind of society.
Absolutely, and I mean, you said it excellently, and these people's understanding of the individual, which grounds their understanding of what self-interest is already as an individual divorced from society. So you already have, again, some of these historical biases. Like, you only in the bourgeois epoch does the question of the antagonism, the antinomy between the individual and society arise, right? That's his conception of the individual. But like you said, I mean, of course, self-interest plays a very central part in the movement towards socialism. The first step in class consciousness is realizing you have a self-interest in the struggle of the working class as an organized class, right? And just even at a more, I guess, Marxologist level, there's letters that Engels sends in the 40s, right around the time that they're composing what we call now the German ideology, which recent research shows that it was never a book. It was never a book project. It was a journal that they were doing, that they compiled some articles and sent it in, and it was rejected for publication because of the time. But anyways, at that time, 45, 46, Engels sends a letter to Marx about Saint Simon, the individualist anarchist's book, The Ego and Its Own. And he says, you know what, I think that this philosophy of self-interest and individualism ultimately feeds into communism, because people will realize, if they're actually smart, self-interested people, that their interest is tied to, if they're a worker at least, their interest is tied to the working class as a whole, and that their interest is tied in general to the well-being of all people, right? That if you already start from a division in which some people benefit, others don't, right? Engels thought that self-interest was going to be central in the sort of preaching of communism. But, there's a paradox in capitalism. In its ideology and its material production. On the ideological level, it brings forth individualism in a new form that had never before been seen. And in certain cases, like Ayn Rand and some of these other ideologues, the sort of individualism is just a very crude individualism. But on the other hand, in terms of production, the mass of people who work for a living, they are completely negated of their status as individuals. Why? Because the process of capitalist production homogenizes, that means it makes the same qualitatively different types of work. The work that you do to make a shoe, the work that you do to make a shirt, the work that you do to make an oil rig, all of those different types of work become homogenized. They're considered as the same. They're only differentiated on the basis of quantity. And what is that specific understanding of quantity? Well, it's the socially necessary labor time. And so capitalism already destroys, by the very process of production, individuality, destroys individuality. What matters is socially necessary labor time in the process of value formation. And so, I mean, it takes the most uniquely human activity, which is being able to consciously work socially, creatively on nature, so that you can create objects, not just for need, but for aesthetic enjoyment. This is something uniquely human. It takes that and it just completely destroys it, and it makes people's lives such as this activity becomes something you have to do so that you can live. I have to work because I have to pay all these other things so that I can live. And so what's humans' unique capacity, what Marx calls their life activity, is reduced to a means of living. A means of living. We even use the term means of subsistence. And this is horrific because then life begins when work ends. And on the other hand, what Marx is trying to say communism is going to be like, work is going to regain its character of being a creative human expression in which mental and physical labor are combined, in which we see the unity of Homo faber and Homo sapien, and in which individuals will be actually able to express themselves as individuals in a way that is completely compatible with community, and where real freedom, the kingdom of freedom, will be achieved only when we get to a point where there's so much abundance and there's so little necessary work to do that the work that we will be doing will be voluntary, and it'll be work that is tied to the flourishing of the individual and the community as a whole.
Yes, that was beautifully said. And I want to point people, there's been a couple times where I've wanted to bring this up during a stream and I haven't gotten a chance to, but it's like chapter 14 or 15 of Capital Volume 1, but it's just called Cooperation. And Marx, before this, is talking about commodity circulation or how the commodity is produced, and laying or defining certain terms like labor time and necessary labor time, things like this. But then he pauses to talk about the progression of humans' cooperation in labor over time. So, originally we had these primitive communities where, things were produced just based on what the society needed. And then after a while, there was a surplus that was created after humans could store goods. And then you had the development of manufacturing and these small artisan shops, or these artisan factories, which were just like mini factories or guilds where, you had certain people who would produce a certain commodity and only they knew how to produce that commodity, and they would keep the guild's secrets within the guild. But then as capitalism comes about and large-scale industry comes about, cooperation is done in these giant factories. You have all of a sudden the labor process, which is becoming more and more simplified, where people are brought together under one roof, under a giant factory. So it creates the possibility for socialism, really. It creates, cooperative work, but at the same time, it totally divorces mental from physical labor. So I just recommend people go read that chapter. It's been a while since I've read it. I wish I had read it more recently so I could talk about it. But it's a good chapter for sort of understanding what Carlos was talking about there with how cooperation and labor happens under capitalism, and then how mental labor is divorced from physical labor, I think, as well.
That's one of those brilliant chapters wherein you see the mature version of Marx's theory of alienation and the conquering of living labor by dead labor, right? That sort of inversion that occurs when it's no longer the case that humans use the machines, but that the machines use humans as mere appendages of their process. And when the worker shows up at the factory, it feels like everything was already there and he's just another appendage. So yeah, I have to go in a little bit. Is there much of the video left? I can hop back in the stream in like half an hour to an hour, but I have to make food for my wife. So
Gone. So this one video we're watching has the whole series of PragerU's talks about Marxism. So we just finished video 1. I think there's 3. So this would be a good place to stop if you got to head out for now.
okay, sweet. I can come back on if you want. It's 8:40ish. I can come back around 9:30 if we should be on the stream stuff.
I will let you know. My computer's getting a little bit hot, so I might give it a break at some point before then, but we'll see. I'll let you know. You can just shoot me a text.
Okay, sounds good. Well, it was great talking to you. as always, I find these streams super fun, especially being able to engage with people in the chat. That's really enjoyable. So I thought it was a great conversation you and I had, a great reaction to the video, and the talk we had with Noah was also quite enjoyable.
Couldn't agree more. Loved having you guys on. So hopefully we'll be able to do more in the future, or even more tonight. So say goodbye to Carlos, everyone. He's departing now.
Bye, folks.
See you, man. Oh man. And now I'm all alone. And I'm sad. Oh, what a great talk we had today with old Carlos. Oh, that was fun, y'all. That was fun. I wonder if unplugging my second monitor will help my computer be less hot. Does anyone know, will unplugging certain stuff make my computer less hot? Or is it just hot because I'd be streaming all day? Here, if I close Discord, that should help. Honestly, like, I'm sure the video call didn't help. The second monitor probably helps, honestly. Is it elevated? Like stoned? I don't think so. I don't think it's one of those kind of computers. If it's over 6 months, clean it. I should. I do actually need to clean it. I keep it pretty clean on the outside, but I need to do the inside. I'm gonna upgrade to a desktop eventually. I mean, with as much as I stream, I'm just gonna have to, get as much use out of this laptop as I can, and then eventually replace it and try and replace it with something better. I want to replace it with a desktop so I can just change the parts. Once the parts break, I can change those. But what I've learned from the tutorial videos or whatever else, reading about streaming, is basically, you just have to assume after like 5 years or so, your computer's gonna start to crash. So, it is what it is. Y'all support us more than enough to eventually get a new computer for y'all. So, yeah. Good airflow is key. Yeah, that makes sense. I could probably get better airflow in this room, to be completely honest with you guys. Actually, it started to cool off a little bit now. It's a PC. It's a Windows. So I don't want to react to that. I do want to keep reacting to that PragerU video. But also we gotta wait till Carlos is back. So let me actually add that to our... Oh no, I got it up. Never mind. But if y'all want to react to something different, I would be down. Let me run and grab some water real quick. I'll throw something on in the background for y'all to watch. For those who are new to the stream, usually when I have to run to the bathroom or grab some water, I'll throw on a video of myself wrestling. Only myself winning though, so don't expect to watch me ever lose. Cause why would I want you guys to watch me lose? Oh, they uploaded my new matches. Alright, these are the most recent matches. I cut way too much weight for this tournament. I'm never gonna cut this much weight again. But this year I wanted to cut a bunch of weight to try and get down as low as I could and make the world team. And usually they give you like 2 kilos in between days because the tournaments are 2 days. So you can be 4.4 pounds heavier on day 2. But they got rid of that this year. So I had to make the same weight, 158.7 pounds, which is 72 kilos, 2 days in a row. And I felt super drained, and that sucked. But here was the first match I had at the US Open, United States Open. This was the World Team Trials qualifier. So I got 5th at this tournament and qualified for the World Team Trials. This is a guy from North Carolina. So yeah, this is the first match I had. I gotta go grab some water. BRB. Sorry, I'll turn the volume on for y'all.
Too blue. Trainer! Trainer!
Oh, been there, done that. Dislocated shoulder. Yes. That's just what happened to me. What? I did play football. Wrestling season's after football season. This kid.
Edgar.
Hey, do you have them on injury?
Right.
You stopped it for injury? I stopped it for injury, but I couldn't get my whistle to my mouth. I think he used it rather dangerously.
So we're gonna lose position.
He doubled up and here to use
So we're gonna do loss of position, right? Go back to our feet. No. I wouldn't give him a penalty or anything like that. I'd just say loss of position. Let's go work. Yep. No injury time, please. Coach? Absolutely certain.
Did we score on that thing?
You did score.
They
on
didn't get the end of this match. That's right. Well, we can finish it. But they still didn't. They get the last part, but not the end. Making weight both days, F that. Yeah. Weight cutting is the dumbest part of wrestling. By far. I don't. Gosh, these refs are ridiculous. They don't even know the rules of Greco. Like, that guy should... They give the guy 2 points after this. He should not have gotten 2 points. It was not 2 points. Here we go, though. Here's my gut wrench. This is my best move. I just squeezed the piss out of him. Yay, go me. I know he's hurting right now. It's because he just faced Kami Power. Noam Chomsky interview, we could watch that. All my stuff right now is MMA. Oh, this dude Matt Walsh, I've been watching some of him. He sucks. He's mostly just a culture war guy, though. He's freaking dumb, though. Like, sometimes he'll be making like a rational or coherent point, but he just ruins it by not being smart. So yeah. Jeff Young. Did you see Haas talking to Grover Furr last night? Oh yeah. Yeah, I was tuned in for most of that. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation. I mean, anytime you get Grover Furr on, it's going to be really interesting, right? Like, that dude's literally just a legend. But it was... Yeah, I stuck around for most of the thing. I know Carlos did as well. Yeah, it's just interesting. It's like I haven't ever found anyone either who is able to rebut Furr's arguments about Stalin. And it's like you hear that Grover Furr is just this like hated academic, you know, he's just been discredited, you know, you should never listen to Grover Furr, he's just nothing but a Stalin apologist. And, you know, even our chief editorial counselor, Thomas Reagan, says that Grover Furr is too bushy-tailed in his defense of Stalin, you know, with things like the killing of Bukharin and other things that Grover Furr defends. But, you know, I tend to side with Carlos and Thomas Reagan's on that. I wish Stalin wouldn't have killed Bukharin, but, you know, Grover Furr has all the evidence of Bukharin's crimes, right? He's able to cite them, like, right in front of you, and it's just pretty incredible, his wealth of knowledge, even if you disagree with some of the things he says. And most of the things I don't, right? Like, most of the things that have been piled on Stalin's grave are, you know, rubbish, including things that the Khrushchevites piled on his grave and the Trots. So, Haas talked to Grover. I gotta catch that. Yeah, it's on his YouTube. It's worth a watch for sure. I was listening to the Rev Left Radio podcast on Stalin. That's another good one. Yeah, that one blew my mind. In that one, they have like 3 critiques of Stalin. Like Stalin, banning gay marriage at one point, and then they have like 2 more critiques of Stalin that are legitimate, and then they just like totally like debunk the rest. And it's crazy. People have an aneurysm, right? People freak out when you talk about Stalin. I mean, I especially noticed this on TikTok, which part of that might just be the nature of TikTok. But people lose their minds, like Stalin, you're defending a dictator and a murderer, and, he's the same as Hitler. But they'll never, engage in a debate about the sources, right? Or they'll never really engage in an honest debate about what Stalin did, or or give a nuanced perspective. Or talk about the things that Grover Furr talks about. They just scream, murder, madman, you're a madman for defending him. It's like, okay, maybe, but show me how, show me why he's a madman. And so far, nobody's been able to do that for me, because Stalin was an evil piece of shit. Yeah, see, this is like exactly what I mean. Like, how? and how beyond, he killed a million bajillion people. Being pro-communism in 2022 is admitting you've never read a history book. Again, you can say these things. These are broad statements, but you have to explain how, why. You're not making an argument. You're just doing like an insult, basically. And it doesn't help anyone or contribute to the conversation in any way. You're saying nothing. Grover changed my double genocide theory, literally. Imagine believing Western history books. Truly, Grover changed my life. I had the privilege of participating in discussion groups he visited. Got to know him a bit and stay in touch. Very cool. Yeah, that's very cool. And I'm not surprised. He's very involved. The dude's been like blackballed from academia. In academia, which is supposed to be the place where ideas are debated, and all discourse is allowed. Grover Furr has been blackballed because, freedom of speech, right? Freedom of speech, unless you're Michael Parenti and Grover Furr, and you want to say the Soviet Union and Joseph Stalin was anything but just an evil hellscape that murdered its people for fun. Who's got some videos for us? Communism is the most easily manipulated form of government there is. It sees people as numbers, not people, completely ignoring the fact that humans are, human. Well, I think capitalism does that, right? Capitalism literally relegates humans to accounting sheets, right? Capitalists understand exactly how much profit they can extract out of each of their workers, and that's all that they see their workers as being good for. The ultimate goal of communism, as Carlos was talking about before, was, rather than exploiting human labor so that it can produce a massive profit for whoever owns the means of production, using human labor in a way that benefits the whole of society and organizing labor in that way based on, human capacities, based on the useful character of humans' labor and labor itself, rather than simply the amount of labor value, the amount of material wealth that labor can create. Which is all that capitalism sees humans as and human labor as a way to create more wealth. Socialism does want to increase the productive forces and create more wealth, but it wants to do so for human ends. It wants to change labor not just quantitatively, but qualitatively. So change labor so that it's not just, a number, a way to create wealth, but so that you labor every day knowing that your labor is going to the benefit of your community, going to the benefit of those around you. You're no longer alienated from your labor via capitalist exploitation, which comes about via private property, the ownership of the means of production by private individuals. Look up lying fiat epidemic. China's dealing with the people's responded to a forced 72-hour work week. The work week is decreasing in China. I don't know where you guys come up with this stuff. I mean, the retirement age for females in China is 55, and the retirement age for males is 62, and that's been on the decline year after year. Whereas in the U.S., the retirement age is going up. We're the only country in the world where labor regulations or labor relations are going backwards. They're getting rolled backwards. We're not the only country in the world. But we're one of a handful of countries who are losing labor protections, and where people are working more, and where people are now retiring later, versus China's socialist planned economy has made them the richest country on earth, the fastest growing economy on earth, the only country who had a positive GDP during COVID, and a country where they're working less per week, they're making more money, and they're being able to retire earlier. And no, they haven't changed, the way that labor works to completely abolish alienation. China still has capitalists and billionaires, but they're in a process of socialist construction. And their process of socialist construction has allowed them to raise their entire country out of poverty. Meanwhile, in the U.S., a country who has for long had much more wealth than China, largely due to exploiting countries like China in the global south, our people are increasingly in poverty. Wealth inequality is increasing because, we're extracting all our people's wealth and using it to wage imperialist wars abroad, and allowing a small class of oligarchs to exploit the crap out of the mass of society. Yeah. Defending Chinese communism doesn't make you look smart, kid. Sorry, it just doesn't. Well, I'm not concerned with sounding smart. I'm concerned with being correct, and everything I said is factually correct. So, again, you're not making an argument. You're doing like an insult, which I imagine is what you're doing in place of an argument, because you probably don't know that much about communism. So I would just shut her down for now. Maybe put that old keyboard on mute, and maybe you will learn some stuff about communism from my friends in the audience, in the chat, or even from me. Who knows? Oops, that's not what I want to do. Okay. Yeah, boy! One guy in here is now following. What's up, one guy in here? We got a handful of guys in here. I'm looking for a good video to react to. Do you guys have anything you want to see? There was the meeting of the American states that Mexico boycotted, that AMLO boycotted. Iran turned off the cameras at their nuclear sites. Sanctions on Russia hurt consumers more than Putin. The CIA and gay pride and tokenism. Well, that looks interesting. You should talk about Venezuela's economy growing in the last few months. That's a great idea. Actually, that is a great idea. Where did I think I saw that. We tweeted about it, but it was a while ago. Shoot, I can't find it. Well, Venezuela Analysis will probably have something on it. Let's just go here. So this is a website I really like. Venezuela's economy has actually been in recovery for the past few months. They have been able to boost production. The U.S. has become really, really desperate for oil. So they've allowed Venezuela to start shipping some oil again and producing some oil again. Yes, so Venezuela to engage with oil companies as Washington eases restrictions. So Venezuela will hold meetings with the U.S., Chevron, and European firms to discuss potential resumption of oil operations in the country. So basically, the U.S. is just going to Venezuela after trying to prevent all their European allies from trading for oil with Russia, and the Europeans said, okay, but now we have no energy, and this is going to lead to an economic crisis. The U.S. said, well, we've been holding Venezuela under a horrible sanction regime, preventing them from producing or refining oil, despite the fact that they're the country with the most oil reserves in the entire world, and will allow them to produce some oil for us. So the effect of this is Venezuela's economy has started to grow again. Which, imagine that, I was told by my Republican economics professor in college that Venezuela failed because socialism, and they were really rich when they had capitalism, but then they implemented socialism and they just got poor. And I said, what about the economic sanctions? And she said, oh, blah, yeah, yada, yada, yada. Well, they don't really do anything. Socialism bad. And I said, that doesn't make sense. I feel like the sanctions have a definite effect on Venezuela's economy. And she said, no. And then I wrote my senior thesis about it, and I said, yes. And now that the sanctions are being taken off Venezuela's economy, it is growing and progressing because I was right, and that stupid Republican economics teacher should be fired. I don't know why she's even allowed to teach kids economics. But I digress. That's a personal vendetta that I have. So yeah, shout out to Venezuela. Anybody who thinks it's not the sanctions that are suppressing Venezuela's economy and suppressing the construction of socialism in Venezuela, you're crazy. It's the sanctions. The sanctions are murderous. I have criticisms of Venezuela's socialist process, I guess. I wish they would have more working class control of the state. And use their state to defend from imperialism, but ultimately, it's the sanctions that have held back the construction of socialism in Venezuela. So this is great. Inflation in Venezuela was only 4% higher than the U.S. in May. Crazy, yeah, crazy that the U.S. has accused Venezuela of being the worst socialist economy ever because of stagflation, which is rising inflation with rising unemployment. And now the U.S. is likely facing a period of stagflation. As we're continuing to use our resources and our country's surplus value on waging these wars abroad, rather than investing in our own people, investing in economic development and production. In Venezuela, honestly, one of the critiques of them is that they haven't invested enough in expanding production and diversifying their economy. They're so heavily dependent on oil, which has largely been used to fund social programs to raise literacy and combat malnutrition and stuff, which is great. But for Venezuela to really begin a process of socialist construction, they need to invest in different sectors of production. They need to develop new skilled workers because a lot of skilled workers have fled the country in search of more money, or they've been bribed by the U.S. So hopefully, alleviating these sanctions will give Venezuela a little bit of room to breathe and really begin the process of socialist construction. When I used to play RuneScape, I used to play that too, nice, I would see a lot of Venezuelans who farmed gold and sold it for real-life money. Apparently it was better than most work available. American sanctions are crazy. Dude, what the hell? That is a wild story. That is a wild story. They are crazy. And then, yeah, they have, people always talk about corruption in Venezuela. Imperialists always talk about that. It's like, yeah, corruption as in people are running across the border to Colombia with their commodities and trying to sell their commodities in Colombia in a place that's not bogged down by these horrific economic sanctions. So it's capitalist corruption, it's not socialist corruption. It's capitalists trying to infiltrate Venezuela's socialist system and tear it down from the inside. I sat down with my AP World teacher who's very left-leaning, got him to agree that Marxist ideals and the actions of many socialist leaders. Dude was an awesome teacher. That's cool. Pee on the floor. Alright, let's watch this video from one of my favorite journalists, Richard Medhurst. It's called The CIA and Gay Pride Tokenism. Obviously at Midwestern Marks, we are totally pro-LGBTQ. We obviously advocate for freedom and civil liberties and for people of all sexualities to have equal rights under the law. However, we are also aware of the way that the LGBTQ movement and rhetoric is being co-opted by the ruling class, by the imperialist bourgeoisie. And one of the ways this has been really obvious is through the CIA. The CIA is doing a lot of these ads, aimed at minority communities or oppressed communities or LGBTQ communities. So, we've seen all the corporations across the Western world embrace pride and the rhetoric and the symbolism of pride during Pride Month. And of course, we know that it's not because they actually care about the liberation of people, of LGBTQ people. They would fight against that if they thought it worked in the interests of their profits, right? It's the fact that they think this is trendy now, and that by pushing this, it's going to make them a hip, trendy corporation that young people are more likely to shop at or whatever. They think it's going to be able to maximize their profits. And when you're talking about intelligence agencies like the CIA or different arms of the military, different branches of the military who are using these pro-pride recruitment tactics, just keep in mind it's just them co-opting, the language of liberation, and using that to argue for the opposite of liberation, for oppression and imperialism. And the key to not being fooled by this stuff is by having a theoretical understanding, right? I know Carlos and I are always, repeating it. Read theory. It probably gets old, but it's so true. We had such a long conversation today with Noah about how class is historical and material. And these other ways that we use to divide people are usually social constructions. And how that any sort of women's liberation or liberation of oppressed nations needs to come via class struggle, right? Only through class struggle can we have real liberation. So, we have corporations in this country, by example, who exploit LGBTQ people day after day. And you have tons of LGBTQ people who don't have access to healthcare or who don't have access to housing. Yet these same corporations who are exploiting people and keeping people from having these basic necessities, are the same corporations plastering their advertisement with pride stickers and pride advertisements in rainbow colors. To try and whitewash everything they're doing, or rainbow wash, I think is the word that people have been using to describe this phenomena lately, and distract from the real exploitation and the real horrific stuff that they're doing. And it's just a really obvious example when the CIA does it, which is what we're going to look at right now. Because we know the CIA and the U.S. intelligence agencies are such horrific and murderous apparatuses, and apparatuses which work at the behest of the capitalist imperialist class. So the idea that the CIA is in any way working for liberation, or working to liberate and free the oppressed masses is ridiculous. They're just plastering their advertisement with LGBTQ flags and colors. To try and boost recruitment and boost their popularity among young people who are passionate about LGBTQ issues.
CIA is basically celebrating gay pride. This is the same CIA that had a playbook on blackmailing people because they were homosexual or they were gay. It's unbelievably disgusting. Inside the CIA's 1980 manual for ferreting out homosexuals, the CIA released a 3-page memorandum in 1980 on how to recognize and ferret out homosexuals during investigations, perhaps for the purposes of blackmail. In 1979, a memorandum defended the agency's long-standing practice of barring sexual minorities from working in the CIA, legally justifying it by rationalizing that an investigation is not routinely terminated when allegations of homosexual conduct are developed. Again, you can see even the institutions, whether it's the British government, British intelligence, or American intelligence that have a history of blackmailing gay people are now suddenly saying, oh, we love gay pride and all of this. They're just using that. It's disgusting, They're exploiting it to advance, as Glenn put it succinctly in his article, imperialism and militarism. And I think it's really insidious. What am I supposed to say? And of course, they don't only do this with gay or LGBTQ+, they do this also with, as we saw, Black minorities, Latino minorities, all sorts of tokenizing or tokenism that they can do, they will do it. You can see.
Yeah, tokenization is a good concept for describing what that is. Co-opting the language of anti-racism or discrimination to try and promote imperialist apparatuses or exploitative apparatuses. And, as I was saying, when it's profitable for corporations, they'll be homophobic. But when it's profitable for them to support LGBTQ or to pretend to support LGBTQ, they will. and I want to look up the Journal of American Socialist Studies that Midwestern Marx put out, because we had a journal entry, a long essay in here called A Hint of Lavender, which is about the CIA and the State Department's homophobic efforts to root out communism and to find radical leftists who were either homosexual or to frame them as homosexual, communists, socialists, and the like, and use that as a way to defame them or to throw them in jail. So, you know, when it was useful for the CIA to be homophobic and to persecute homosexuals or LGBTQ people to a horrific degree in order to enforce imperialism and enforce capitalist hegemony, they did it. You know, they jumped at the opportunity to do that. But when, you know, all of a sudden, when they think that they can co-opt LGBTQ issues and use it as a way to justify imperialism and to recruit people into this imperialist apparatus, they jump at that too. Because they don't actually care about the social issues, right? The bourgeoisie will go either way on these social issues, other than like weird old conservative people like Dennis Prager who are, you know, stuck in their beliefs. A lot of the younger, you know, bourgeoisie, the younger new ruling class, you know, are willing to cave or even front like they are progressives on the social issues. You know, us corporations, we care so deeply about the liberation of LGBTQ people. Even the ones who work, you know, sweeping our bathrooms for $9 an hour and don't have health care. We care about them too. See, we made this rainbow billboard. It's like, if you cared about them, you would give them health care, you piece of shit corporations. So don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by the CIA's tokenization. Don't be fooled by corporate tokenization. They do not care about you. They do not care about you no matter what race, gender, ethnicity, creed, religion, how tall you are, how short you are, how skinny you are, how fat you are, how strong you are, how smart you are. They don't care. They only care about their money. So don't listen to them. Here's a video of Hunter Biden farting. No way. Oh my goodness. Please never send me this, anything like that again. Or I'm never streaming ever in my life. Soviet media's portrayal of America during the 1980s. CIA declassified video. This looks interesting. Check it out for ya.
The people don't have power in your country. What you have is crime, sadism, unemployment, drug addiction. I don't think your young people do anything but harm to their country.
Beat It was one of an unprecedented half-dozen hits.
Ударь. Непревзойденный шлягер Майкла Джексона из альбома «Фильм ужасов», который стал самым популярным в истории музыки.
I mean, on the drug addiction point, that's true. The Soviet Union didn't have drug trafficking or sex trafficking because they had a planned, controlled economy, so the government wasn't trafficking drugs and sex. And they had black markets that developed, but after the dissolution of the USSR and the neoliberal shock therapy, where their economy was quickly converted to capitalism and these state-run firms were basically plundered or stolen by transnational corporations, sex trafficking and drug addiction flew back over the border, poured back over the Soviets' border and increased in massive numbers statistically. So, and that's also why the communist position has always been to be against, you know, sex trafficking and drug trafficking, because they are things that come about under capitalism. You know, the commodification of sex, and anywhere capitalism follows, and a massive increase in prostitution follows, and that's been since, you know, the Industrial Revolution in England. You know, capitalism's really its start was followed by a massive increase in prostitution, as people now need to sell their labor power for money in order to survive. And one of the things that, you know, women especially can sell easily is their sex. So, yeah. someone says prostitution predates capitalism. Yeah, that's true, but it increases in massive numbers everywhere that capitalism goes.
The Americans are preparing for war. We don't want war. We are preparing for self-defense. America tries to supply other countries with more and more armaments. What do they need all those weapons for?
Сегодня только один залп атомной подводной лодки несет миру 960 Хиросим.
Нельзя не верить. Вот вашему телевидению я бы никогда не поверил.
Our TV can always be trusted. I would never trust American TV, all those channels and different programs.
In recent years, the Soviet media has said much.
That's true, though. Like, on American TV, you have all these channels and different programs that are all covering the same issues, but they're all saying different things. The Democrats act like the Republicans are crazy, and anybody who would believe what the Republicans say is a crazy person. And then the Republicans believe the same about the Democrats. So you have all these crazy, wacky news channels that are more based around getting clicks than they are about informing people. And in reality, you know, despite the fact that they portray themselves as just bitter enemies who are diametrically opposed, they're both expressions of the same ruling class, of the same bourgeoisie. So it's just this big clusterfuck and this big illusion. And you know, people always act like you can have no sort of freedom or no kind of informed people if you have a state-owned media of any kind, or if you have a one-party state. It's like the place where there was a recent survey done of a bunch of countries, and they surveyed the people on where they feel the most democratic, right? Where they feel that their government represents them the best. And one-party states like Cuba were top 10, and China was number 1, whereas the U.S. was way down on the list. You know, because if you have a one-party state that actually is in touch with the people and is controlled by the people, you know, and the people feel like they have power to debate and fight for different interests within the one-party state, that's, you know, more democracy than a two-party state where you have no power over the parties and both parties are imperialist expressions of the bourgeoisie, expressions of the ruling class. You know, in America we have two parties, but we have no choice. You know, both parties are the same. In China they have one party, but there's a lot of choices, you know, and the more active you are within the party, you know, the more you can actually affect change and advocate for the things that you want. So the people feel that they have a much more democratic system. So the idea that, you know, a one-party state or a state-owned news channel is automatically propaganda or disinforming people more so than a bourgeois state with multiple parties is crazy, or the bourgeois media. This video was created for the purpose of explaining to Ronald Reagan the situation in the Soviet Union. Reagan became the first president to receive CIA briefings in video format. Oh, no way. That's so interesting. Wow, thank you for sending that. Thank you for sending this. This is a very interesting video to watch. All right, so now we know. We're watching what Ronald Reagan would have watched from the CIA, the intelligence agencies themselves, in order to brief him about the Soviet Union. So interesting. All right, let's keep going then.
About the American way of life, and its portrait of America is a dark one. It is designed to convince the Soviet people that our social system is anything but desirable. It emphasizes.
Okay, sorry, I just want to pause for 1 sec, because something that's important with understanding U.S. imperialism and with understanding capitalist imperialism is understand that there are divisions within the bourgeoisie, right? The capitalists are in competition with each other to a certain extent, and capital has concentrated and accumulated into a few hands, and they cooperate a lot. But there are divisions within the bourgeoisie, and there's different members of the bourgeoisie who want different things. And within the imperialist state apparatus, you have similar things. So like the intelligence agencies butted heads with Donald Trump a lot, as did the Pentagon when Trump was in office, when Trump would try and do things that were, you know, anti-imperialist by accident. The intelligence agencies would get mad at him. So you have, different factions of the state apparatus, and in the executive branch, the president is just one part of this imperialist state apparatus. So, you can see here, the CIA can very much morph or control what the president sees or how the president sees things like the Soviet Union because they're giving the president his briefings, right? The president is getting his briefings from American intelligence agencies. So those intelligence agencies can create a certain narrative about the rest of the world. And that's, on display here with this briefing that they gave Reagan, portraying the Soviet Union in a certain way. So, if I'm a capitalist lobbyist, it might be more valuable for me to control the intelligence agencies, the CIA, rather than to control the president, the executive branch, because I know the president is largely going to be a puppet of the intelligence agencies. So just interesting stuff to understand here as we're analyzing capitalist imperialism and American capitalist imperialism.
Sizes violence, drug abuse, unemployment, and overall exploitation of the American people by the government. Since the average Soviet citizen has no alternative source of information about the United States, the Soviet version is probably accepted at face value. The Soviet people, however...
But the American people have all sorts of information about the Soviets. We aren't just taught that the Soviets are, evil, that they live in a hellscape, that Stalin killed 800 million people because he ate all their food and he just felt like killing people one day. We have all sorts of diverse news sources about the Soviet Union here in the capitalist West where there's freedom of speech. Forget the fact that the intelligence agencies who created this propaganda video did programs like Operation Condor and Paperclip and Mockingbird where they purposefully rooted out communism in the West and tortured communists, blackballed communism from academia and from the news outlets. But we have freedom of speech. Just ignore all of it.
Seem to be curious about America and impressed by its material success. Last summer, Pravda published a lengthy article entitled Incurable Disease, which dealt with U.S. unemployment and bank failures. About the same time, Moscow was saying that there are 40 million Americans who are literally starving, while a select group of capitalists continues to get richer. Moscow television celebrated the 4th of July last year by assuring viewers that America is the quintessence of an unjust capitalist system that keeps millions of families living below the official poverty line. The unemployed are described as having been deprived of the right to work, while Moscow television shows film of locked factory gates and people being evicted from their homes. The message in all this is that the capitalist system in America is unfair and is, in fact, a failure at providing for basic human needs or maintaining continued national growth. This broadly distorted statement is aimed at convincing the Soviet people that Soviet communism works much better by providing economic security for...
How's it a distorted statement? They're showing people in the Soviet Union videos of Americans being evicted from their homes. Something which happens on a daily basis in America and which continues to happen on a daily basis. People are evicted from their homes because housing in this country is owned by speculators and landlords and banks. So if you can't pay what it costs to maintain your house, plus the profit of whoever owns your house, you get evicted.
Yeah, boy.
Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, they didn't have homelessness, and rent was on average like 2% of the average Soviet citizen's income. Rent in the U.S. is 20 to 50% of our income on average, working class people. So, it's not a distortion for them to show Soviet people videos of Americans being evicted and saying this is capitalism. It literally is. That's just the truth. And the Soviet Union and the Soviet citizens living in their homes would have seen Americans getting evicted on TV and thought, oh, that is horrible. I can't believe people are thrown from their homes like that. But the American propaganda and the imperialist propaganda when they were infiltrating the USSR and trying to create the collapse of the USSR, they said this is all lies. This isn't what capitalism does. Your government's dictatorial. They're lying to you. And a lot of Soviet people believed that, at the collapse of the Soviet Union, a lot of the things they had been told about capitalism were false, and there was just going to be this great material abundance that flowed to the Soviet Union. But it was the opposite. It was a human rights disaster, and these things that the Soviet citizens had never experienced before, like homelessness, all of a sudden became phenomena, and unemployment shot up to as high as 20% in Russia, whereas previously it had been close to 0%. So they realized that, while capitalism may allow for excess for certain people, incredible excess in consumerism, and that part of Western capitalism that they had heard about was true, but also what their government had told them about capitalism was true, and that capitalism does not provide security for the masses, and that the socialist government in the Soviet Union, despite its flaws, did provide security for the people, which is why 75% of Russians or so say they prefer the Soviet economic model now. There's a good saying, actually, of the Soviet citizens. It's like, everything our government told us about communism was wrong, but also everything they told us about capitalism was correct. So basically, we didn't establish this communist utopia where everything was great, and we weren't just superior to the United States in every way, like our government maybe said, because we were communist. But everything our government said about the American capitalist system was true. Once our communist or socialist system collapsed, we dealt with unemployment, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, malnutrition, homelessness. These were all effects of capitalism that some people thought the Soviet government was lying to them about, but in fact they were not. And there was a human rights disaster which followed the dissolution of the Soviet Union because of the economic fallout.
For them, the U.S. economy, as described by the Soviet media, is being driven by raging militarism. Defense spending is reported to be the cause of unemployment in civilian industries, and also the cause of the huge federal deficit. The Soviet Defense Ministry newspaper Red Star says that American young people are receiving militarist brainwashing from films like Rambo. Also included as malicious and distorted are Telefon, a film about a KGB assassin on the job in the U.S., and Red Dawn, which depicts an invasion of Colorado by Cuban and Soviet troops. That same paper also said that President Reagan has personally participated in this brainwashing by calling on American youngsters to model themselves after John Wayne. The degree to which...
Maybe true, and I guess I agree with the Soviet propaganda there, but even more so, Ronald Reagan launched, was responsible for funding and arming the Contras in Nicaragua, the far right-wing paramilitary death squads who murdered and tortured socialists and communists, and funded themselves by selling crack cocaine, which the CIA facilitated the sale of in majority black and brown neighborhoods in the U.S. Ronald Reagan did so much to murder and torture communists abroad, so the Soviets would be correct when they say that he was involved in that effort. He was the leader of the most anti-communist state during the Cold War.
Personalized attacks are leveled on the American president and other high American officials will vary according to immediate political circumstances in Soviet-American relations. Such attacks are a part of a more general assault by the Soviet media, which blames the U.S. for the arms race and says that Washington follows a policy of state terrorism and international banditry.
Literally, U.S. presidents blame us for the arms race. That's not just the Soviets. Dwight Eisenhower was the first person who talked about the military-industrial complex. He said there are a bunch of corporations who profit off of war. There are a bunch of corporations like weapons manufacturers who make more money the more that the government buys weapons from them because the government's in war. So these corporations, these military-industrial complex corporations, are going to lobby for, propagandize for, and promote war. So they can sell more weapons, weapons of war, and make more money. And this is largely what fueled the arms race, and Dwight Eisenhower warned us of this in 1961. So the Soviets are just stating a basic fact when they say that the U.S. was fueling the Cold War arms race.
And Pravda says that the U.S. arms policy is a mixture of falsity, hypocrisy, and cynicism. On racial and social problems, the United States is depicted as a country plagued by discrimination, where the situation is getting worse rather than better. According to Moscow television, so-called civil rights are a fiction. Racism and racial discrimination continue to be the shame of present-day America, with white racists stepping up their activity. There is said to be no equality.
It's true and it's still true. We now have our government is funneling arms and weapons into IDAR and the Azov battalion, literal neo-Nazi battalions who fight in the name of Stefan Bandera and Hitler and these World War II Nazis. The U.S. is funneling money and arms into them, and you have all these white supremacist killings that are happening at home, with white supremacists writing manifestos and stuff like that. So it is still the shame of America. Discrimination and racism has not been defeated by the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement has made many gains, but we need to attack the root of racism and the root of racial discrimination, which is capital. Capital has always perpetrated racism because it's to their own benefit to divide the working class, and to infuse hatred into the working class and division into the working class. So we need to fight for unity and fight for unity in the struggle to destroy capital, which is what divides us.
Of opportunity with neither blacks nor Hispanics getting a fair chance in American society. Moscow pictures racial problems as permeating American life. Minor events that get little attention from U.S. media are presented in the Soviet Union as typical. For example, in Chicago.
That's so funny because the U.S. media never reports on things that should be huge scandals, right? Like the U.S. gets caught doing something horrific abroad, and the corporate media won't even talk about it. Like, I think there's one article that talks about all the money that the U.S. has funneled into the right-wing opposition party and Juan Guaido in Venezuela. It's like the U.S. and the CIA have given them $52 million. $52 million that could be going towards anything, right? That's tax dollars taken from the American workers and given to these random right-wingers in Venezuela who are advocating for destruction and destabilization. And this just doesn't even make a blip in American news. Another one, when the U.S. was enforcing their sanctions on Iran and Venezuela, Iran tried to defy the sanctions and send 4 oil tankers to Venezuela. The U.S. Military, which surrounds Venezuela, intercepted the oil tankers and brought them back to Houston, Texas, and just gave them to American oil corporations. Like, imagine if Iran or Venezuela sent their military and stole some oil tankers for BP and just took them and said, these are ours now. Like, that would be the biggest story ever, and America would probably be at war, right? But this stuff doesn't even register with the corporate media. It's not even a blip. They just, no, ignore that. Ignore our militarism. We need to publish 27 articles about Xi Jinping's human rights abuses that we got from anonymous sources in China.
Chicago, a Hispanic union organizer named Rudy Lozano was murdered in 1983. And 2 years later, the only mention of him in U.S. media is a brief story on an inside page of the Chicago Tribune. And that story was about a march held in his memory. But Pravda recently devoted a 3-part series to reviewing the case as an alleged example of big business trying to keep the workers subjugated. Another kind of Soviet manipulation is
stuff like that, right? Stuff like that shows that's what's really the root problem of our system. Anything that points to the root problem of our system or that exposes the lies of imperialism, U.S. media just doesn't report it because it's owned by a handful of oligarchs and subservient to the capitalist class and capitalist interests.
Is the Russian edition of American author Studs Terkel's book, Working. The unexpurgated U.S. version reports both successes and failures in nearly 600 pages. The Russian translation is about a third as long and emphasizes the failures and disappointments of working Americans. The Soviet media portrays the U.S. political system as an oligarchy ruled by big capitalists who control the impoverished masses. Moscow Radio said recently that the American public has been lulled by the demagoguery of politicos whose services have been bought by capital. According to Moscow Radio, American society is repressive. It says,
I wonder if Ronald Reagan was watching this and just like looking at his staffers and his cabinet and just being like, ha ha ha. Like the Soviet Union knows that we're bought off by big capitalist interests. They know. Oh well. Hopefully the people don't find out in our own country.
U.S. authorities are putting themselves in opposition to the majority of their own people. And Moscow television said that thousands of political prisoners are languishing in U.S. prisons today as a result of tyranny and repression of the authorities. Moscow has seized on the case of Leonard Peltier, an American Indian activist convicted in 1977 of murdering 2 FBI agents. While Peltier's case is almost forgotten here, his legal appeals getting only brief mention in the New York Times, Pravda published 7 stories about him this past September. Other Soviet newspapers also ran prominent coverage. The Soviets seem to be trying to use this case to counter Western publicity about their own political prisoners.
That's interesting, because, I mean, that's the same argument we always make, right? People say, oh, there were political prisoners in the USSR and they had gulags. Don't you care about the gulags? And it's like, well, in the U.S., we have more prisoners incarcerated today than, like, were ever in the gulags, you know, or we have way more prisoners in the U.S. today than there were during the height of the gulags by at least 2 times. And they were paid better in the gulags for their labor, actually. In the U.S., we basically have legalized slavery where the minimum wage doesn't apply to prisoners. So they're being paid, you know, sometimes less than 60 cents an hour. And there's much more people incarcerated. We've persecuted or perpetrated the war on drugs, you know, militarized our police. You know, the war on drugs has been a scam to keep the prisons filled and to make money. So if you compare it to the gulags or the political repression in the Soviet Union, the political repression in the prison systems here are much worse. And then you also, you know, of course, have journalists like Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, Daniel Hale. These people have been persecuted and thrown in jail for revealing stuff that the U.S. empire has done. So not only do we torture and silence journalists, and we have a much more extensive and repressive prison system than the Soviets ever had. So the Soviets are pointing that out, and you know, people are still talking about the story of Leonard Peltier, I believe is his name, today, because it's a horrific story, you know, where the FBI killed this guy and framed him for murder, I believe. I don't know the ins and outs of the story. But again, you know, the reason that was published in the Soviet newspapers and the reason they wanted to highlight it is because that's a huge story. That's a horrific story which points to the root of the problem with the American political system and with the American economic system. And which is exactly why it would never be published in the American news media.
Military policy are described as peace fighters who are repressed on a monstrous scale by the American secret police. Occasional reports on American communists describe them as speaking for widespread attitudes, but that they are suppressed for challenging the system. When it was suggested to a Moscow TV anchor,
True, objectively true, especially back then,
that Soviet media distorts news about America, he replied,
I think that we are not distorting news. No, I would disagree with you, because we are showing not only unemployed, we showed millionaires, we showed their private life, we showed high society, we showed Miss America.
Recently,
right, they're not distorting anything. They're even showing American consumerism, which Soviet people were very aware of, and, you know, ultimately an envy for American consumerism was part of what was able to bring about the dissolution of the USSR. Not entirely, of course. It was just a very small element. But like I said, like I've been saying the whole time, they're just showing stuff that actually happened in the U.S., right? They're just showing stuff that's true and that happens. It's just something the American media never makes a big deal out of, because the American media is garbage. It's bourgeois. It's controlled by the ruling class. It wants to purposefully hide the solutions from people. It doesn't want to point people towards the root of the problem. So, you know, just by revealing and by reporting on things that actually happen in the news, the Soviet Union is able to show how terrible the American capitalist system is. You know, but that says more about the American capitalist system than it says about, you know, Soviet media.
Moscow television presented a dramatization of an American novel, The R Document by Irving Wallace. The story's theme deals with the suspension of the American Bill of Rights and is set sometime in the future. Moscow television sought to use this theme to make its point about the future of America. A TASS commentator said that the sense of hopelessness and fear of the future are dramatically pushing up suicide, crime, drug addiction, alcoholism, and divorce statistics.
Still true of American capitalism. Still true, very sadly. And of American imperialism, because you can't talk about suicide or drug addiction, alcoholism, or even domestic abuse without talking about the American veterans who come back from imperialist wars and are given no support by the government who sent them to fight and die in the name of freedom.
In the final scenes of the famous story, The Picture of Dorian Gray, the portrait takes on an ugly, even hideous appearance, and the Soviet media seems bent on portraying to the Soviet people a similar vision of America.
Shoot, I was muted the whole time. Come on. Dang it. Well, I'm going to show y'all a match, another wrestling match now, because I need to go get another drink of water, but I want to keep going for a while. So here's me. This is probably my best win ever so far, this point in my career. This guy in the blue, he looks out of shape. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Fernando. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know I'm muted also. This guy looks chubby and out of shape here, and he probably is, but he is a former Olympian, multiple-time world team member, someone I grew up watching when I was in middle school. I wrestled him in the second round, the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open last year. That's the tournament I was talking about. So this is the match to qualify for the World Team Trials against the former world team member and former Olympian. So enjoy. It's actually a pretty boring match, but it's one of my best wins. So I'm going to go grab some water, though. I'll be back.
He wrestled like 3 matches ago.
Red or blue? Tide. Tide. Yeah. Yeah. Check tide. Check tide. Yeah. You wanted. Passive red.
I think we're getting Carlos back, friends. Didn't know you were this good. I keep it on the DL. I've been getting better lately. I've been focusing more of my effort on my competitive career while I'm, you know, under 30 and able to compete real well. And now I live with Guy, who y'all have seen on the stream. And he's also competing. He also made the semifinals of the U.S. Open, qualified for Worlds. So, you know, we live together. So it's just a really good opportunity to train right now at this point in life. So, yeah, I'm really excited about the future of wrestling, what wrestling holds for me. Eddie has the power proletariat at the side. Thank you. He pinned you at one point after you did a move. What were you trying to do? It was probably a slip. It was probably me trying. So if you go for a move and you just totally miss it and whiff, it's called a slip. And it's no points and you just go back up. So it's to encourage, you know, offense. Was it? Or it could have been when I went down. Because if nobody scores in Greco-Roman wrestling, they put one of the wrestlers down. And the other one goes on top. And the one who goes on top gets a point. So I got to go on top next. And then I just was pushing him around, so I think they actually let me go on top again. Oh no, they put him on top of me later in the match. But I held him off to end up winning. Yeah, this is probably the most exciting part of the match. So he has to score here to win. Just like that, they gave him a slip. Gotta be nice. Give him a slap on the chest, huh? Gotta show him the kindness of communism. Oh, actually, I was nice to him after the match, too. Yeah, that was like... Right here, you can hear me say, I was like, yo, dog, you gotta read Stalin. He's like, oh, for real? Yeah. I'm like, yeah, you gotta read Mao, too. Peace. I'm just kidding. I told him that I used to watch him wrestle as a kid growing up and that he's a legend and that it was an honor to wrestle him. And he was really nice. So, what a guy. Abby Martin's speech at People's Summit. Ooh, thank you. Holy crap, this is a long speech. Oh my gosh. I'll watch it later, but holy cow. Probably not something we'll react to on stream. Thank you, though. Sportsmanship is good. Nice spelling. Thank you. One sec. Alright, let's try and get Carlos back on here. Cause Carlos reacts are better than Eddie reacts alone. Incoming call, perfect. Eddie reacts alone. Incoming call, perfect. Reacts alone. Carlos, you might have to mute the stream there. Otherwise, we're gonna get an echo.
What's up, brother?
What's up? How's it going, man?
Good. Was able to get both the wife and the dog's food.
Fantastic.
Myself a little hoopinha. We have this drink down here. It's pineapple soda. It's fire.
That sounds fire. Actually, the concrete job I worked, all of the immigrant workers loved pineapple Fanta, and we would drink it with them whenever we got put on a job with them, just to like embrace it, embrace the concrete life, and it was pretty good. Like every once in a while now, I'll get a pineapple Fanta, just to remember the concrete guys.
I remember a story that Pago Ignacio Taiwo II, who Visa just posted a picture with. He's a Mexican documentarian. He's a beast, man. He wrote a massive book on Che Guevara's life, bigger than John Lee Anderson's. And he made the book into a telesur series. It was like a 19 episodes. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's like a show on Che Guevara's life. One of the stories that he tells is, I think I've said it before, but anyways, one of the stories that he tells is how Che, when he was a younger doctor, would recommend people to drink Coca-Cola because the water sometimes was contaminated, right? Which is a similar problem that Europe had. Europe had a problem before coffee was brought over from the Arab world with water contamination. So they would drink a lot of beer. And then when coffee got there, it was like something to drink that wasn't contaminated water or beer, and it's something that sharpens your wits. So there's bourgeois historians that try to reduce the Industrial Revolution to the bringing of coffee to Europe, and even say, well, the Arabs were advanced in math and these other fields because of coffee. But anyways, to get back to Che, he would recommend people to drink coffee. And when Cuba has the revolution, one of the first things that happens is that professionals just leave en masse. Like 60 to 80% of professionals leave. And the technical parts have to be taken up by people who had to learn in the process of practically engaging with running these industries. And Che was one of the first to go ahead and put himself up to the task of running the industry that dealt with soda, and he would do like the soda tasting, and he was obsessed with not just cranking out enough stuff, but having high quality soda. So his requirements for soda were pretty high because of his expertise in the field of soda. He drank soda.
I always use Che. Like, I just finished my second energy drink for today. And sometimes I'm like, oh man, I'm really giving into capitalism. I'm drinking these capitalist energy drinks and they're unhealthy. I'm going to, have an enlarged heart and die when I'm 30. But then I think about Che just like chain smoking Cuban cigars and pounding yerba mate. And I'm like, I'm going to be all right. Like, if Che did it, I can do it. And one of the theories that they have about stimulants in healthcare, I'm getting doing a graduate program in healthcare administration right now, for the chat members who are unaware. But one of the theories is that they're prescribing kids more stimulants like Adderall because the baseline for how much energy you're required to have, how much mental energy and focus you're required to have, is constantly being increased. So it starts, with coffee, and of course with capitalist competition, there's basically no limit to the amount of energy and labor that you can put in. The more energy, the better, the more valuable you're going to be to a capitalist. So coffee raises the baseline, and then, if you're not drinking coffee, you're not at this certain baseline, so you're incentivized to start drinking coffee. And then, you could put cigarettes in the same vein. They keep you going, they keep you from getting hungry, so you can focus. And then, you have the introduction of stimulants like Adderall. The baseline just keeps getting higher and higher for how long you're supposed to be focused and have energy and be present. And I've heard some theories too that it prevents workers from liberating themselves, because it allows us to be more focused, and do this more drone-like work rather than just getting freaking sick of it and doing anything you can to organize against it. So there are some theoretical analyses to be made, I think, of stimulants and how they work within capitalism. But it's interesting that some people would reduce, all of it to simply, or stimulants basically being at the root of capitalism.
Oh yeah, man. They historians, everyone under capitalism is bound by the same sort of metaphysical outlook. They all want to reduce things to one thing, whether it's you're doing a diet. We talked about this last time. You're doing a diet. Here's a secret. It's eat this one plant, or just eat meat, or just eat this, just eat that. And they reduce everything to one thing. It's the same thing with bourgeois historians. They try to reduce it to one factor. That's where the superiority of dialectical materialism comes in. It allows you to see things in their interconnection, and it opens up the world completely. I just shared a video on our Instagram of a Cornel West speech at the People Summit today. I don't know if that might be a good thing to react to. It's pretty short, like 2 minutes long, but it's the sort of spine-chilling thing that might be enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, you want to put a link in the chat.
Yeah, let me see if I can-
Either the Discord chat or the Twitch chat would actually be even easier if you put it in there for me. Someone in the chat says, while Carlos puts this in, well, one person says, be attentive to how your body reacts. You'll figure out how much caffeine is too much. We can use that stimulant energy to do anti-capitalist resistance. I literally sent Carlos an audio message saying that today as I was getting super, super hyped up on energy drinks. But someone else says, my grandparents were Jews in the concentration camps. Weak coffee was given to them every day. So interesting. And I guess people probably know this in our audience, but the concentration camps were also labor camps, right? They were exploiting the crap out of these Jewish people, basically using them like slaves before they would exterminate them. So yeah, it makes sense that they would give them stimulants as well, and that adds to what we were saying there with the Marxist analysis of stimulants. No worries, they made it out. Luckily, got refuge in Sweden and moved to the U.S. Wow, let's go. And now you're here in our chat. What a story. Shout out to your grandparents. I'm glad they made it out. Got you. Oh, it's an Instagram. Perfect. Alrighty. Let me switch to the reaction.
To Los Angeles like you've been some vanguard for human rights when you look at the history of Latin America as the playground of the American empire, treating Latin American brothers and sisters as if they're cockroaches to be crushed rather than human beings with great dignity who organize and fight back. Don't come to Los Angeles acting as if you don't have crimes in the Middle East, with Saudi Arabia committing crimes right now against the Yemenis, with the Israelis committing crimes right now against the Palestinians, with crimes being committed in Asia. Don't come thinking that we're going to take your lives. And don't think that simply because we hate the injustice that we hating other folk. No. Frantz Fanon is right. And Brother David put it well in our presentation. We don't know of a national bourgeoisie that has not betrayed the working people, has not betrayed poor people. I don't care what color, what national identity, what gender, even sexuality. This is not a question of some neoliberal identity politics. We talking about justice. We talking about equality. We talk about democracy from the bottom up. Don't come to Los Angeles like you've been.
Dang. Cornell getting after it. Yeah, I like that video. What do you have to, or what made you want to react to that one?
Well, I don't know, man. It's something about the way that Cornell speaks. It's so like pathetic. His way he expresses things, I always get chills, and he's usually on the right side. On political affairs is very rare in terms of contemporary interpretations that he gets it wrong. I think he gets it wrong with regards to Ukraine now. In China too, I think he's got one of those weird views on China, but he's one of those that realizes that, as we were talking earlier at the beginning of the stream, that the liberation of any minority group is always tied to the struggle of the working class, and that class struggle is at the center of everything. But yeah, man, I saw that video and I got chills, so I was like, maybe it might be cool to react to it. It's a pretty good speech. I wonder if it's longer. I haven't seen anything longer, but
Yeah, I think it's great. It's good when you can point out the hypocrisy, to regular people at any time of imperialism, and, the way that the U.S. talks about human rights, and then you look at the way they've treated so many areas in what we call the global South. But, I've focused a lot of my studies on Latin America thus far in my life, and focusing on or studied socialist movements in Latin America, and every time they've just been brutally, or faced brutal retaliation from the U.S. empire. And Cornel West calls Latin America the playground of the American empire. It's true when you look at things like Operation Condor. And it's incredible, and it's a testament to, how true Marxist theory of class struggle is, that the Latin American left has been able to have a resurgence after, Operation Condor, where literally the CIA was going in and doing themselves, as well as training up their preferred dictators in torture techniques, and just hunting down anybody with any kind of left-wing Marxist, socialist, communist ideology, torturing them and killing them. Augusto Pinochet, killing thousands of Chilean people in the soccer stadium after the CIA coup of democratically elected socialist Salvador Allende, who had been defeated in the elections, two terms prior by U.S.-backed candidates with U.S. funding and U.S. propaganda. And then, that sort of sparks this this era where the U.S. is willing to back the most horrendous dictators in Latin and Central America. Operation Condor mostly focused in the southern cone of Latin America, where they backed governments like the Argentinian military junta, who brutally tortured Argentinian people of any kind of left-wing political stint or any kind of working-class organizers. So this is what the U.S. was doing in the 70s and the 80s in Latin America. And I always like to say McCarthyism really was a thing in Latin America as well as it was in the U.S. People in Latin America have been indoctrinated with this capitalist sort of, almost comical anti-socialist propaganda. But even to a further extent, because, the torture campaigns and the death campaigns, the killing campaigns were so much more widespread and so much more out in the open. The imperialists were so much more willing to kill in Latin America versus here, where they at home, where they mostly tried to do everything covertly. Although we know they're not afraid to kill socialists in the U.S. But the fact that socialism is rising again in Latin America, and the fact that you now have anti-imperialist socialist leaders being elected, Venezuela's economy is recovering after years of battling the U.S. Sanction regime, as the U.S. is forced to focus their efforts towards Russia, and the empire loses its power and hegemony. Yeah, it's just a testament to the theory of class struggle, and it's a testament to the Latin American people. And that's what I think about when I hear that, inspiring speech from Cornel West. Just fills me with, motivation to take down the U.S. empire that has used Latin America as a playground for so long. And now the Latin American people are fighting back, and it's time for the North Americans to fight back.
Absolutely. I think you said it perfectly. And one of the interesting things that happens is that in the 20th century, part of the rejection of Marxism-Leninism arises out of Khrushchev's secret speech, but also out of what happens in Latin America because of the death squads and dictatorships that the U.S., right-wing fascistic dictatorships that the U.S. inputs in Latin America, because they kill, in countries like Argentina, just 20,000 communists alone. And what that does to a socialist, a communist movement cannot be underestimated, right? That's wiping out a whole cadre. And one of the interesting things is that then these theorists in the West want to talk about how, socialism is or the struggles against capitalism are being waged differently now. There's no leadership. It's just spontaneous movements and grassroots movements without leaders and with a very anti-Marxist-Leninist tinge. And they fail to realize the reasons for that and the roles that failure to have, some form of an organic leadership has in the limitations of their struggle for socialism. I mean, you killed 20,000 communists. Of course, the struggle for socialism is going to look different a decade or two after, because you've killed the whole cadre that would have educated and given their experience to new leadership. On the fact of just the debilitation that the parties have to endure. So it's an interesting conclusion that they say, oh, now the struggle has changed. Well, why has it changed? It's because they murdered the communists. And they sort of forced it so that the only thing that you can have are these sort of strange, not strange, but these spontaneous, somewhat disorganized uprisings, which, you know, they've been successful, but it's only now, after 4 or 5 decades, that we're beginning to see a stronger anti-imperialist movement in Latin America. We had one at the beginning of the 21st century, but I love how academics, when they come to speak about practical matters, are just so disconnected. It gets back to what we had talked about last stream, but last time I was on in this stream, just having to say something new. What's new? Oh, we're in a post-party organizational epoch. We're in an epoch that doesn't need a revolutionary cadre or something like that. So absurd.
Right, and it shows a lack of respect and a lack of studying, you know, the existing socialist movements and what they found, because China's been in the process of constructing socialism for 70 years now, y'all. So there's a lot to learn from them, and even the DPRK, Cuba, Vietnam, all of these countries, there's a lot to learn. And you know, the party cadres are essential. They are essential, and they've always been essential. You have party cadres assigned to every geographic area, every city. And you know, those party cadres find out what the people want, and then they make sure that the party and the government and the economy serves the people, and they meet their needs. And you know, those party cadres were absolutely essential in the poverty alleviation programs, and you know, bringing China's entire population out of poverty. So it's so disrespectful for Western communists who who can barely organize a reading circle, to just be like, oh, you know, we don't need a vanguard, we don't need a party, we're just gonna dismiss everything that socialist leaders in socialist countries and working people engaging in class struggle have discovered before us. But Carlos, do you want to react to another part of that PragerU video? I thought that was pretty funny. I was enjoying tearing that apart with you. Unless you have something else you wanted to discuss, if you're bored of that, I understand that too.
No, we can react. I see people have said that we should react to that. I just wanted to say, I just saw an article that was published by Orinoco Tribune. The newly elected social democratic president in Chile, Gabriel Boric, I guess he's been pressing the Mapuche, while at the same time not only not boycotting the Fugazi Summit of the Americas that the U.S. is doing, and which the People's Summit of the Americas is much bigger than, but he's there basically being a puppet. And I think that is always worthwhile remembering at the end of the day where social democrats lay. There's somewhat of a difference between social democrats in Europe and in Latin America. Usually the ones in Latin America, because of their geopolitical position, are usually a bit more anti-imperialist. But I think with the case of Boric, it's always the same thing. It's like a big hopeful moment when they win, but you expect that sooner or later they're gonna do a series of things where you're just like, I knew you were gonna fuck it up at some point.
Yeah, the longer, the more time passes, the more proud I am of that one article we did. What was the name of it? The critique of
Marx's analysis
of new socialist tide. Yeah, the more proud I am of this, because, you know, we were happy that these anti-imperialist movements were rising and that, you know, the conditions, as Paul Cockshott said when we were talking to him, the conditions in Latin America, you know, were ripe for these social democratic revolutions or, you know, candidates to be elected or resistance movements to form. And it is still a testament to the Latin American people that, you know, they've developed to this level of struggle despite the horrific repression that they've been faced with. But, big but, as we say in this video, you know, the theories of Marxism, Leninism, or the theories and the principles still hold true. And, you know, even Venezuela and even Bolivia fall short of, you know, establishing the true dictatorship of the proletariat that Marx and Lenin advocate for, the true, you know, working class power, working class control of the state, which can be used, you know, to transfer the means of production into the hands of the workers. You know, that you have certain Latin American countries like Venezuela that are consider themselves socialist, yes, but, you know, less of their economy is publicly owned than countries like France, you know, and different social democracies in Europe. So really they, as Paul Cockshott said again, they haven't transferred the surplus of their country to the working class. You know, the surplus still exists with the bourgeoisie, as does the state apparatus. So, you know, there's much work that needs to be done, and we can't forget that, you know, socialism and the development of socialism means, you know, harnessing the surplus of society and using that surplus to the benefit of the workers, and, you know, transferring ownership of the means of production into the hands of the workers and getting rid of alienation and all the things that we talk about all the time. These these principles are real, and, you know, they're things that need to be pursued, and not pursuing them has consequences, and that's basically what we wrote about. And I feel like it's showing to be true the more that time passes. As much as, you know, we support the social democratic struggles or struggles for socialism in these countries opposed to the right-wing, you know, imperialist-backed opposition parties or whatever else, or the liberal imperialist-backed parties in Latin America.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just the form in which we did the critique, something that Che used to call like comradely critique. We weren't criticizing them in a way in which we just broke with them and said, this hasn't done this, therefore it's not real socialism, we shouldn't support it. We were just being honest about the fact that, look, the states whose socialist revolution has been the most robust have been the ones that have transformed their previous bourgeois institutions and have created real institutions of the working class, of, by, and for the working class. And we pointed at Cuba, we pointed at China, we pointed at the DPRK as success stories of that. Because at the end of the day, if you haven't done that, your revolution is under threat. You're walking on very thin ice if you're still within the apparatuses of bourgeois democracy. Like Che used to say, which is one of the clips that Ramiro has in his introduction, if you give even the slightest bit of a window opening to imperialism, it's going to go in. And we continue to have this notion that stems from, at least in socialist spaces, from the Second International and Kautsky, that bourgeois democracy is actually democratic. And so we want to judge socialist projects according to the standards of bourgeois democracy. And I think that's a failure. We should judge them according to the standards of how much they're able to overthrow that bourgeois democracy and establish a real workers' democracy, a genuine democracy. That's the only thing that's going to help them protect their revolution and also develop socialism, as Paul Cockshott argued in our interview, in a way in which that surplus that's produced goes towards the public and not like it does in Venezuela, still, towards, a lot of the times towards private hands.
Absolutely. Well said. I want to. 9 minutes ago, I missed Quetz TV subscribe to us. So thank you very much, Quetz. Thank you for supporting us. Yeah, just really appreciate you all for being here in the chat. And all coming to learn more about Marxism and discuss Marxism with us and help us learn more about Marxism. And learn more about society and how we can make the world better. And struggle in the interest of our class. And yeah, thank you all for subscribing, and we're always trying to reinvest the money and financial support that you guys give us in our project, doing our printing projects, like the Journal of American Socialist Studies, and recently Thomas Riggins' Classic Works of Marxism, which you can check out on our website, midwesternmarx.com. Again, all the proceeds that go into that, which Carlos is holding in his hands right now, go into more printing projects, more theoretical education for the working class, as well as, you know, the camera and the lighting that I have on me right now. All of that would be completely impossible without you guys. So thank you so much, Quetz. And Quetz says, Ben Norton of... Oh, thank you for the subscription, 11 Egg. Everything I just said, I repeat it for you. Thank you so much for your support. Ben Norton of Multipolarista has a really good show about this and how in Colombia murders activists and leftist voters. It's easier said than done. I don't knock them for trying. Yeah, like there's a big at the school Carlos and I went to. There was a large Colombian foreign exchange program, and one of my best friends is dating a Colombian girl. And, yeah, the family's very wealthy, so they're against the left-wing groups, and they're violent, they're terrorists, you know. And I'm like, but there's U.S. military bases all over the country of Colombia, and they murder and kill leftists. So, like, I was like, what, option are they left with other than to, form, like, these guerrilla movements, like the FSLN? I feel like it's as the contradictions of imperialism sharpen and focus on places like Colombia that have traditionally been hubs of imperialism, the resistance is forced to sharpen as well. Yeah, interesting. That just affects me personally. So, I
also a lot of the accusations that they made specifically in Colombia against M19. As usual with the dirty tactics of imperialists and their right-wing death squads, they were sometimes fabricated, other times done by the right itself. They would dress up as M19 members and do these horrific things in order to get the people against the people who were actually fighting for them.
Absolutely, of course. But if you say that, you're a conspiracy theorist. Alright, so we reacted to PragerU earlier, the first part of their new series about Marxism, called Understanding Marxism. So the first part was an introduction. They basically just gave all the most standard McCarthyist sort of kindergarten level arguments against communism that you would expect. Marx hated human nature, Marx hated ownership, he wanted everyone to be poor, blah blah blah. So we'll see, here in part 2, if they get into any more complex arguments that will be a little bit harder or more fun to break down. I sure hope so, because part 1 was mostly just making us mad because of its stupidity. But it let us make a lot of good jokes. So if this part's stupid, that's alright too. But let's check it out.
In a remarkably short period of time, the philosophy of Karl Marx changed the course of history. At the height of its power, half the world fell under its dominion, kept there by a combination of fear, terror, and brute force. Then suddenly, in the late 1980s, it imploded. By all rights, this should have been the end of Marxism. But it hasn't turned out that way. From environmentalism with its rejection of free markets to critical race theory, which sees white patriarchy as the source of all evil, you'll find Marxism at its root. The leaders of Black Lives Matter, for example, openly acknowledge their devotion to Marxist ideology. How do we explain this fascination for something that has so utterly failed?
Okay, I have to stop it here because the first TikTok that I ever made that blew up was me making fun of somebody who said that BLM was Marxist. And I opened up my copy of Capital Volume 1, and inside it said, it was like, Marxism is when you protest police brutality. Karl Marx. Cause like one of the heads of BLM said like, we are trained Marxists or something like that. But the argument that I was making in the TikTok was like, BLM is basically protest against police brutality, and we went to a lot of these protests. There were people of all different class makeups. It was not in any way a Marxist working class protest. Marxists could support the protests and go to the protests and raise the property question and say, the police are an armed body of the state, which is used for the exploitation of one class and the suppression of one class by another, which is what we did during the protests, But these were not Marxist protests. They were protests to get the community together and try and, establish better relations with the police while also protesting against the violence of the police, at least in our areas. In some areas, they erupted into riots, and there were much more violent or much more intense protests. But still, it's not anything that was necessarily Marxist in character unless you had, a specifically Marxist organization organizing the protest and raising the question of property, addressing the, prison industrial complex and the corporations who profit from it. And yeah, we've talked about how environmentalism isn't Marxist, but do you have anything to add, Carlos?
Yeah, I mean, and it's such a loose organization too. I think I sent you a Facebook post a few days ago of one in Chicago that was, I think, quoting Marx or something. They were like being critical of capitalism. But there's others that are just like identity politics, and it ends up being like Noah was here earlier, and he mentioned an essay by Gus Hall, Petty Bourgeois Radicalism. It ends up being petty bourgeois radicalism, but of like the black community or something, mixed with like white liberals. So it's completely just devoid of class character, and devoid of the connection to capitalism. But there's others that are great, and the Cuban protests last year, July 11th, I think their national page showed like solidarity with Cuba or something. So like it's inconsistent, and I think it's a movement that like we should go to when the protests erupt to bring up the property question, but it's not a Marxist organization, right? But
yeah, and like you said, and like I was saying, some of them were more Marxist in their character, and depended on who was organizing them. And maybe it wasn't my place to do this. Maybe I should have stayed. But there was one that me and my girlfriend at the time actually ended up leaving. Not that we walked out on the people organizing it. We had nothing against the people organizing it. We just didn't want to put our time and energy into it. They were playing like iPhone games, and just basically having a community picnic, which was cool. It was cool to see people in the community and say hi. But at least at the other protests we were at that was organized, they had people come up and speak into a microphone, right? So you could hear people's stories. You could hear people from the community critique the police, and people could go up there and say, this is how the prison industrial complex works, and we've militarized our police, and the war on drugs is perpetrated to keep the prisons full, among other things, and this is how AT&T, these other corporations, profit from it. Versus this other one I think it was organized by white liberals, and it was just not the same thing. So, yeah, it's inconsistent, but to act like BLM is just some Marxist organization, I don't know. And this is, again, like we were talking about Dennis Prager, and Prager used racism, like their blatant racism, just being like, Marxism is evil, and, everything that fights for racial justice is also evil. and therefore should be ignored completely. But let's continue.
Everywhere it's been put into practice. We can find answers in one of Marx's most enduring epigrams. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Marx was a poor economist, but a talented journalist. The only actual job he ever had. He knew how to turn a phrase. But what does this slogan even mean? According to what ability? According to what need? And who determines anyone's ability or anyone's need? Marx never bothered to answer these obvious questions. He had much bigger things on his mind. Nothing less than the creation of an entirely new kind of world for an entirely new kind of human being. Marx believed that by altering man's economic and political institutions, he could alter, or even better, rewire the human brain. He could conjure a new consciousness that would replace the old false one. This new man would be less selfish and acquisitive and more altruistic and communal. In short, he would be a superior type of man. Of course, this new man could only reach this goal if he wasn't preoccupied with having to earn money. According to Marx, money and the pursuit of it ruined everything. Marx hated money, maybe because he never found a way to make it. Getting rid of it was central to his worldview. Once a person's subsistence, one's daily bread, was distributed on the basis of need rather than greed, man's natural communal affections, long suppressed by his capitalist overlords, would be renewed.
So I want to stop it there because I have something to say. Hope, maybe you will too, but the thing I thought was interesting was he said Marx was a poor economist, which is hilarious because Marx was plagiarized greatly by all the classical economists of this time, because he took the classical economists' work, the work of the bourgeois economists, and he engaged with it. He steel-manned their arguments. You know, he engaged with the problems that the economists were trying to figure out and took them to their logical conclusion. Figured out a lot of the major economic questions of his day. So, you know, a lot of classical and neoclassical economists who are honest will just admit, yeah, we owe a lot to Marx, even though I disagree with his conclusions. And then there are a ton, like the PragerU economists, who are just completely dishonest, despicable, plagiarizing liars who are the lowliest of the low in academia and the pursuit of knowledge, if you ask me. Who plagiarize Marx and take all the great findings that Marx made in the field of economics, and then act like Marx was some idiot who never figured anything out. So it's really a disgusting lie. But yeah, that was my main takeaway from that segment.
You're right. There's a story from this Latin American Marxist in the more academic-y sense of the word, Enrique Dussel. But he's a respectable Marxist scholar. He spent, I think, 6 seminars straight reading through the whole Marx and Engels collected works, which at the time was 50 volumes only. There's been quite a few published since. But anyways, one of the stories that he says, he goes on a plane and he sees a guy reading Capital Volume 2. And he's the guy he's sitting next to. And he's like, oh my God, are you a Marxist? I'm a Marx scholar, a fellow Marxist. And this is what Dussel says. But anyways, the guy responds that, no, I'm actually a capitalist, but I'm reading Marx in order to learn how to exploit better. But, I mean, I don't know if the story's true or not. I mean, anyone can make up a story. But it's accepted that what Marx predicted, when Marx analyzed the capitalist system, is true. Bourgeois economists understand that every 8 to 10 years you have a crisis. The first person to formulate that systematically was Marx. It's widely known, but like you said, you know, some say, well, the place where he failed was in, in failing to see how capitalism could reform itself so that these contradictions can somewhat be alleviated, or in postulating this inevitability of a revolution, right? But most respectable economists realize that Marxist understanding of capitalism was by far the best, and still is, even for them, one of the best understandings of capitalism.
Absolutely. There's
Someone
actually
asked if you're wrong about anything. Do you want to tackle that?
what's that?
Someone asked on the chat, was he wrong about anything? I think that might be a good question to tackle. You had a comment, so finish your comment, but maybe we can tackle that right after.
Yeah, I would. The main one I would jump on is what I think, and I haven't dove into Hegel yet. Carlos has, so he can correct me what I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But what I believe to be basically a leftover piece of Hegelian idealism that slept in or made its way into Marx's work, at least his early work and his the work in the middle of his life. Although I think he was starting to go away from these ideas as he started to analyze colonialism and the economics of imperialism towards the end of his life. But he largely argued that revolution would come about first in the European countries or the capitalist countries where capitalism had developed first. So he said that because that's where the proletariat had developed first, and the contradictions would sharpen there first. So these wealthy European countries would be the first to transition to socialism. And what happened in reality was the bourgeoisie of these countries became incredibly powerful. Imperialism became the highest, capitalism turned into imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And these capitalist superpowers exploited and dominated and oppressed countries in the global south and in countries in the east, which largely led to revolutions in those countries first. Or you have Russia, which was an imperialist country where people were being sent to fight and die in these random useless wars for the Tsar, but it wasn't a fully developed capitalist country. It was a semi-feudal country. So you had Lenin come up with the idea of the Worker-Peasant Alliance, which was instrumental in the October Revolution and in the Chinese Revolution, which would come later. So rather than, having revolutions in the European capitalist countries, we saw revolutions in the East and socialism come about in the global South, whereas the West has thus far been the main block of imperialism preventing the construction of socialism. So that's one place where I think Marx is could have been wrong, but also he was coming around towards the end of his life as he was looking at imperialism and colonialism more. And obviously, if you extend Marx to Lenin, if you say you're a Marxist-Leninist and look at Lenin's analysis of imperialism, Lenin's Worker-Peasant Alliance, it corrects pretty much all of these mistakes or semi-mistakes that Marx had made.
Yeah, and here's where I quote this really unknown late manuscript where he fixes it all, and he's actually proves himself to have never been wrong or something. No, but seriously, I recently did a review of Marcelo Musto's The Last Years of Karl Marx, where he shows through engaging with these manuscripts, which I spent about a year also engaging with Kovalevsky anthropological manuscripts. He shows that when Marx analyzed other societies, Russian society and former Aztec and Inca societies, when he analyzed those areas concretely, he came to the conclusion that because of some of the communal structures that existed, that those places basically existed in a sort of primitive or primary communism, and capital was bound to spread to those areas. And if it won its battle against capital and was able to absorb the means of production that capitalism had developed while sustaining their communistic relations, that peripheral world, that world outside the Western Europe, would have been able to develop socialism. And the peasantry, although he doesn't really use the term peasantry because he analyzes that as a projection of a European category, right? But the peasantry, let's call them that, the peasantry in those areas were allies of the proletariat, right? But the problem is that none of this stuff was published. Towards the end of Marx's life, he doesn't really publish basically anything. But he writes a ton. He writes a bunch of manuscripts. And his position changes on that question, but it's something that Lenin, never knew because he was never able to engage with these manuscripts. Nonetheless, Lenin came to the same conclusion about the alliance that the peasants could have with the proletariat, although that's something that Marx had already hinted at in his 18th Brumaire on Louis Bonaparte, that the peasants have an ambiguous characteristic that allows them to go one way or the other. But anyways, I think the theory of the weakest link is tied to this notion that revolution was supposed to come from these most developed nations. Well, actually, it came from the weakest link, right? A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and the weakest link, that's where capitalism broke, and the Soviet Union was able to be formed. Russia had its revolution in 1917.
Great analysis, comrade.
Likewise for you.
We came to the same conclusion. Imagine that. It's almost like we talk every single day.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. Thanks for the follow. All right, let's get back to our weird-looking friends from PragerU.
This is Marx channeling the 18th century French social thinker Jean-Jacques Rousseau, one of the few people Marx admired. According to Rousseau, this is what you must do if you want to create a new society. He who dares to undertake the making of a people's institutions must feel himself capable of changing human nature, of transforming each individual who by himself is a complete and solitary whole into part of a larger whole from which the individual receives his life and his being. Understand this, and you understand not only a key feature of Marx's thought, but the dark history of the 20th century. Marx took Rousseau literally. Human nature had to be returned to its allegedly pure, selfless state before capitalism, with its Enlightenment and Judeo-Christian values, corrupted him. But creating this new man would be a formidable task.
All right, Carlos, I want to hear what you have to say about that. I have some things to say about that with my limited understanding of philosophy, but I'll let you handle that. The only thing I'll say is that Marx admired a lot of people. Marx just didn't admire shitty bourgeois thinkers and plagiarists and people who he recognized as frauds because he was really smart and he actually did his homework on everything. So it was really easy for him to recognize people who were just talking out of their ass. But he had tons of people who he admired, including people like Robert Owen, who were capitalists and tried to set up utopian socialist communities, who he, criticized for being utopian and said these were destined to fail, but these were people who were on the right track and laid the foundation, for socialism and showed us that socialism was possible in some way. So he had tons of people who he admired. That's just a blatant lie. But break down the Rousseau-Marx connection that they made for us there, Carlos.
So one of the interesting things that takes place with Rousseau, he's writing at a time when every political philosopher is formulating their theory on the basis of postulating what they conceive of as the state of nature. This is something that starts with Hobbes, gets taken up by Locke, it gets taken up by Rousseau, and other thinkers do it as well. And the state of nature, you can interpret it simplistically, how Mr. Justin Bieber haircut at the age of 60 did. You can interpret it simplistically as just this primitive, pure beginning. But what they were describing when they talked about the state of nature was just really the characteristics which humans have when social institutions which have been put there through collective consent of the Commonwealth is removed. Okay, so one of the things that's often ignored is that the state of nature still exists in the relationships between nations, because there isn't like this super national institution. which was created by all the other nations. I guess now you can say, well, the UN is somewhat something like that, which moves the relations between nations beyond the state of nature, right? But anyways, Rousseau is writing in this context, and one of the things that makes Rousseau very special is that he realizes that a lot of the people that are writing and postulating the state of nature are really just projecting how people are in their era. They're really just projecting the characteristics they see in the human beings around them. So in the sense, Rousseau was a lot more of a dialectical thinker than anyone around them. And Rousseau postulates this theory, which argues that at the beginning, there was these solitary individuals that existed in a very atomized state. And here you see him also making a projection. But they were peaceful. They were peaceful. They got together only to recreate out of the sort of natural instinct, and then they would separate. And obstacles presented themselves in front of them in the process of attaining the things they need to survive. And how do you overcome obstacles? Well, through ingenuity. And they begin to develop tools in order to overcome those obstacles, and they realize that they work good together. And they get to this midpoint between that leap into civilization and that initial pure stage. In that midpoint, people are living communally. In that midpoint, work is done. It's basically a midpoint that's communism. And he's like, well, here's where humanity was the happiest. Eventually, some nut job says, after he works on something, this is mine. No one else bothers to correct him. And private property develops, and then it all goes to shit. That's Rousseau's sort of formulation. And Rousseau is someone that, of course, is heavily appreciated by Marx. He was heavily influential in the more radical sections of the French Revolution and in early socialism, because he was very critical of the established order. And I would say he was as close as someone in his social position in his time could get to formulating socialism. One of the interesting things that psychoanalysis or the psychoanalytical method has tried to do with Rousseau is project the sort of ideal of a return to purity, project that or see that as a projection of his personal life. He had a very weird relationship. His mother died when he was very young. I'm sorry if I get too biographical. I have like 3 sections on Rousseau in my intro class. His mother died very young. He was raised by his father. He was raised by his grandmother, but his father would come around here and there. And there's these stories of his father coming back and always crying and talking about his mother, which leads me to think he would just come back, get drunk with the kid to talk, reminisce about the mom, and then he'd dip out again, you know. But he was raised with his aunt, and then at the age of 14, they send him to like a Catholic convent, and the lady there he begins to see as a mother figure. But 4 years later, they begin to have sex, and they get into this like 3-way relationship with another person that was there at the convent that was older than him. And this always scarred him as a loss of purity. He felt that he had lost his purity. And so psychoanalysis has been saying, well, his political philosophy is tied to this personal loss of purity that went on in his life. But anyways, besides the point, the relation to Marx is because of that. He was somewhat of a dialectical thinker, and in terms of social critique, he was fairly socialistic. If you read him, he's very critical of inequality, and he sees it not as something that's inevitable, but as something that's a result of private property and the institutions that have erupted after we established private property. One point that I wanted to make, which is interesting, because they mentioned in the first video ressentiment, the phenomenon of resentment, which is a theme that's developed by Nietzsche. Nietzsche develops it as the phenomena wherein the slaves, unable to achieve the level of goodness of the masters, in that impotence, it's a hatred that broils to the point that it develops this phenomenon of ressentiment, and that manifests itself as a transvaluation of values. The existing values of goodness that were postulated by the ruling class as values of strength, as values of power, as values of wealth, those get overthrown, and the opposite of those values are the ones that are considered good. The previous values which were good are now evil, and the previous ones which were bad are now good. And that's a phenomenon of ressentiment, and Nietzsche ties it not just to Judaism, but he sees the most clearest expression in Christianity. He sees the most clearest expression in Christianity. So this Prager guy mentions ressentiment at the beginning of the video, and then he talks after that about Marx's critique of Judeo-Christian values. That's very, very strange, because one of the criticisms Nietzsche had about Marx was that his atheism wasn't really genuine. It was really pretty much an acceptance of the Christian values of slave morality. And to be fair, Marx and Engels both saw the re-emergence of this modern socialist movement almost as a return to the early Christian movement. They saw a great homology, a great similarity between the early socialist movement and the early Christians. Engels wrote quite a bit on it towards the end of his life. Kautsky picked it up and he wrote a book on it before he became Kautsky, the renegade. But Marx, in certain letters, they ask him, where has communism succeeded? And he says, half jokingly, go look at the letters of St. Paul. So it's interesting that they're trying to postulate Marx as this anti-Christian, this evil deviation, when they both saw the communist project somewhat in line with the values of the early Christians, which were anti-imperialist, up until around the third century, when it becomes the religion of the empire.
Right, and it is, if you have conversations with people who are really into the Bible and who really read it and try and, glean knowledge from it and base their values around it, like, their values are in line with socialism. I was having this conversation with an athlete I know for an hour, 2 hours the other day. He just, finding out how much in line, the values that he had been reading about in the Bible were with socialism. And, he just feels like religion and organized religion perverts those values so much. And I was able to explain to him, it's the ruling class of whatever economic, epoch or mode of production we're in. The ruling class is the one who co-opts and perverts religion to whatever they want it to be. I guess we're probably getting off the beaten path a little bit. I want to return to my core argument about PragerU that I had, because I think it'll still be good to state what I wanted to say about it, because you gave us a really in-depth philosophical analysis and gave us some biography on Rousseau. But I might be able to dumb it down for people a little bit with my more rudimentary understanding of political philosophy. But I remember the state of nature is actually the first thing I thought of as well. We learned read a lot about the state of nature in my Western political philosophy classes, and read a lot of Rousseau. But PragerU is saying here that Marx was arguing basically for a return to the state of nature, right? That's what Marx wanted, is some return to this. And as you explained, Marx didn't even believe in a state of nature, right? He said that human nature is created by the environment around us. But he did say that, going all the way back and Engels talks about this in Origins of the Family, Private Property, and the State, which is based on Marx's notes of Lewis Henry Morgan's work that Marx left behind when he died. But the earliest human societies lived in this sort of primitive communism. They didn't have class, they didn't have money, and the things that were produced for their useful value. And you produced things and did your job for the sake of the community, not to make a bunch of money or get a surplus of wealth. So what communism does is it brings us back to those same relations, but with the abundance of wealth that's been created by advancements in production and advancements in technology. And that's not supposed to be a return to the state of nature, a return to the primitive communism. it's the negation of the negation. It's negating the negative aspects of capitalism, these class relations and the exploitative relations of class society, returning to the communal cooperative relations, but with the material abundance and, you know, advancement in the productive forces and technology that's been created. So the idea that Marx would want to return to, you know, his conception of a state of nature, Rousseau's conception of a state of nature, is like, these people are idiots. I don't know what else to say, I guess. Anything else?
There's something that's confirmed with these videos are that there's no degrees are meaningless. If these people can go ahead and get degrees and teach in institutions, I mean, come on, what are we doing? What's going on? Like, yeah,
it's bad. The state of capitalist education. All right, oops, that's not what I wanted. I got full screen Carlos. Hey. There we go.
Marx anticipated that many would object, especially the owners and managers that had a large stake in the capitalist system. Friendly persuasion wasn't going to get the job done. Only the ruthless application of state power would be up to the task. Marx was all for it. Private property, wage labor, competition and profits, these would have to go. The state, now run by the workers themselves, the dictatorship of the proletariat, as Marx called it, would control production and pricing. It would wisely manage the economy, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. And imagine how wonderful it would be. No more ego, no more self-interest. Instead, everybody working for the benefit of everybody else. Peace, love, and harmony. For many, it's a very seductive idea. Who wouldn't aspire to live in such a world? Look around, a Marxist might say. The powerful exploit the weak, crushing the majority's noble aspirations, your aspirations, just so they can have more. It's unfair and unjust. How much better if we just start over, start clean? That's the Marxist socialist dream. In real life, it's a nightmare. Needs become demands, and demands become rights. The best are mocked, and the worst exalted. Innovation withers, while the government grows ever larger. Eventually, the productive become virtual slaves to the unproductive, and the society collapses economically, intellectually, and morally. And then the real horror starts. If you think I'm exaggerating, just ask someone who fled the Soviet Union or Cuba or Venezuela. For all its risk and inequities, they prefer freedom. And we should too. I'm Brad Thompson, professor of political science at Clemson University.
You said you're muted.
Sorry, everyone. I was saying that the PragerU guys said that after socialism falls, you know, is when the real horror begins, which is true. You know, after imperialism, you know, and the internal contradictions of the Soviet Union caused it to dissolve. It was a human rights disaster. You know, unemployment up to 20%. Drugs and sex trafficking flowing over the border for the first time in years, you know, malnutrition, people couldn't pay for education, debt became a thing, you know, people...
You say you're still muted.
Oh, shoot, I had the... Oh, God. But yeah, after socialism fell, you know, partially due to internal contradictions, but also due to imperialism, it was a human rights disaster compared to the much more stable socialist economic system that had existed before. And then also, again, with this idea of Marxists just want a clean slate. It's like, I just want to take a hammer that says sublation, and I just want to hit everybody over the head with it till they know what it means. Like, we don't want a clean slate. We want to take the material conditions we have now and build a more rational system out of it, you know, based and alleviate the contradictions that we can analyze within our current system right now. It's pretty much the opposite of starting with a clean slate. And that is like one of the main contributions of Marxism and scientific socialism. This idea that, we need to accept our material conditions and work within the parameters of those conditions to build something new. It's one of the main principles. And these freaking morons cannot get it through their heads, or they're purposefully distorting it because they know how important of a principle that is.
Absolutely. I love the imagery of hit people across the head with a salvation hammer. It reminds me, just on a side note, Doug Lane from the former Zero Books channel is doing this new project called Sublation Media, and he posted their first TikTok video was a guy. It was a guy with a watermelon outside. He took out a gun and he shot the watermelon, and he was like, "This is sublation." It was hilarious. Yeah, I mean, it's what else can you say about that video? It's just horrendous. But not even the utopians, not even the utopian socialists were as utopian as these people think Marx was. Like, if you read the utopian socialists, a lot of them were pretty clever. Although, people like Fourier has some funky ideas, phalanxes, and some weird sexual ideas, at the core of it, it was just like a cooperative society. It was like a community made up of just co-ops, right? Most of their projects were surrounded around that. So it was, I mean, the stuff that this guy is saying, just a complete start over. And yeah, even some of the utopians, you don't really see that there, because they know that they're building from something already. There is no complete blank slate that they're starting with.
Right. It's just a complete straw man and mischaracterization of any socialist argument, really. So I think, I don't know, I don't want to watch part 3 right now. I think my brain needs a break from PragerU. Their arguments are the same. Do you have to go, or there's a 2 minute 50-second video from Bismuth Hertz called "Why Can't You Just Abolish Commodity Production" we could watch, or we could watch something else. I don't know if you have anything that you want to watch, or anyone in the audience. What do you think?
I'm down to watch it. Can we take a 2-minute break? I'm 24, but I got the bladder of a 62-year-old.
No, I want to go get some water too.
Okay, sweet.
Guy, the bathroom looks really good. Good job cleaning the bathroom. Dude, do you think we could get sponsored by Vitamin C? Like, I know they're mostly owned by capitalist vitamin companies, but like, I feel like it's worth it. Like, it's such a good product. It's changed my life.
I made you addicted to vitamin C.
Oh, I am.
I try to shove it down everyone's throat. I don't care who it is. If a professor tells me he's sick, they just reply.
I've decided that in order to
3,000 milligrams of vitamin C. Noah had told me he got COVID. Same recipe for everyone. I don't care what you have. Drink 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C. You're good to go. That's it.
Yeah, I agree, and you got me onto it. Which not only do I use it when I feel sick and it helps me, which my mom has something called Wellness Formula, so I also take that. It's like some sort of vitamin, but that and vitamin C wipes out the cold or whatever else, the flu, COVID. It ain't shit to vitamin C. And then it helps you focus. Like when I go to read, I pop like 2 or 3 vitamin C, and it makes me like super brain. I mean, super brain for me, which is just like the IQ of a walrus instead of a whale, but I don't know if a walrus would have a better IQ than a whale, but I've been doing fish oil. There's these fish oil tablets I've been drinking in the morning along with like B12. Oh yeah, I take those too. Yeah, those are great.
They're a submarine. They're massive, but they keep you pretty sharp.
Yes, as do B12. As long as you're eating, you just have to make sure that you eat if you're gonna take B12.
Yeah.
All right, let's watch this video from Bismuth. Bismuth Hertz is a CPI guy who's been making some YouTube videos lately. A lot of them are funny. They're like comedy sort of videos, so it's just interesting to see something new. In terms of like Marxist-Leninist content creators, because like there's been such a void for so long, as Noah was talking about, of like true Marxist creators and then Marxist-Leninist creators. So now you're seeing like ML like meme accounts and like more comedy accounts and more diverse forms of content coming about as we organize more and more people, and more people start training themselves and reading about Marxism, Leninism. So yeah, let's see what Bismuth has come up with here. We're the 9th viewer of this video only, so.
So I hear a lot of people say that the Soviet Union or Vietnam or some other country should have abolished commodity production entirely. Well, let me explain to you why this is an incorrect thing. The first thing you need to know is that the definition of a commodity is something which is produced for the purposes of exchange. It is produced to maximize its exchange value, right? Now, when you are trading with a foreign country, you need to produce commodities because that way you are going to get the most out of the goods that you're producing for export, right? That way you're bringing the most in home. So at the very least, you cannot abolish foreign exchange commodity production unless you believe in complete isolationism, which is not really possible in the modern age. Now, let's say that you say, okay, well, we can have commodity production for foreign exchange, right? But domestically, we should not produce commodities for exchange. Well, here's the problem with this. You see, domestically, we have to regulate things somehow. Now, we know that the root of the exchange value of commodities is based on the labor input of that commodity, right? So when you want to regulate things in a decommodified way, what you're really saying is that we no longer need to regulate the labor inputs. We no longer need to have a labor incentive for commodity inputs. Workers will just work as much as they want to, or they'll work in accordance with the economic plan, and then we can just deal with things as they are then. If they're not working enough, we can encourage them to work more, but we don't need to say that your labor is what you depend on for sustenance. But Vietnam, Soviet Union were never at the point of wealth where they could actually say, we no longer need to incentivize labor through commodity production. They never got to that point of wealth. It is possible for them to reach that point of wealth eventually, but to say that we should immediately abolish commodity production is an incorrect understanding of the dialectical nature of development of wealth versus the stages of socialism that an economy must go through.
Yeah, I thought that was a good video. I would agree about the exports and the need to export commodities when you're working within a global market, which is, largely a capitalist market. You're trading with capitalist countries. It's going to be hard to trade anything other than a commodity. And also then in China you have they've allowed in specific financial zones, capitalist investment, basically controlled sort of export capital, and then they also import a lot of commodities. So when you're exporting and importing with these global markets and trading with capitalist countries, it's impossible and not even really a fruitful goal to chase after in the short term to abolish commodity production. It's a good thing to look out for in the long term, but in the short term there are much more pressing issues and much more important goals which need to be accomplished. And then I think and you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, and I want to give you a chance to respond to this video in full, but you've talked about how the Chinese scholars and Marxists have said that you're always going to have some form of market in any society because you're always going to have goods being exchanged, but it's under every society that market changes its form. So a socialist society could have a market with a completely different just in a completely different form with a different function as compared to the capitalist markets that we're used to. So, yeah, I'll let you go now, though.
To answer to the last one, I wouldn't say always. They'd say that it's existed beyond the capitalist mode of life. So, like, you see markets in feudalism, you see markets in the slave democracies. Like Greece, you see them in slave republics or slave empires, like Rome. You see markets, and what they show, which is something that Marx had already shown, I believe in chapter 25 of Capital, volume 3. What they show is that according to the mode of production, which the market is grounded in, how the market functions changes. So again, remember, folks, that capitalism has various moments in its cycle, or in its cycles. And for Marxists, the point of departure is the moment of production. So how things are produced determines, if you have a market that dominates the realm of circulation, determines how that realm of circulation is going to look. So in a slave economy, you have markets that function for the end of that sort of economy. In capitalist economy, the same thing. And the argument is that, well, if it's existed before capitalism, in each stage it has existed in, it has served the functions of what the mode of production it is grounded in requests, you can have it in socialism and have a socialist market economy that helps to facilitate the needs of people. And this has been tied to an idea that Xi Jinping has also formulated of the visible hand. There's the invisible hand, but if that one fails to achieve distributive justice of goods, then you have the visible one that does, right? I think these are all hypotheses that are made in the process of socialist construction. We have to remember that just like capitalism didn't just jump into imperialist capitalism, its highest stage, socialism is not going to jump into its highest stage. Socialism is going to be a movement, going to be a development, a process of construction. And specifically because of the regions which have been able to achieve at least the political victory by the organized working class, so a revolution, these regions were productively backwards. They were backwards a lot of the times in terms of science, in terms of technology, in terms of production, in terms of security, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of times they even had backwardsness, but they didn't have a solidified, robust state. So one of the things that, for instance, Domenico Losordo notes in his book on Western Marxism is that whereas the Marxists in the West were focusing on the abolition of the state, the elimination of alienation, the destruction of commodity production, the Marxists in the East were worried about being able to sustain sovereignty in the face of imperialist threats after the revolution. And how do you sustain sovereignty? You develop a state. You develop a strong state. You develop your productive forces. And so in China you have, it's not from Deng, Zhou Enlai. Zhou Enlai was the first one to promote the four modernizations, right? You have to modernize in the sphere of security, in the sphere of science and technology, in the sphere of production. Forgetting what the fourth one is, but whatever, you have to modernize. They wanted to develop because that's how you sustain sovereignty. So to bring it back to commodity production, his point on just the necessity to trade your commodities, what you produce through the form of commodities with other countries, it's not something that's desired, it's something that's necessary. You can't exist today in a world dominated by capitalist imperialism without trading your goods as commodities in the global market. That's a fact. And you cannot isolate yourself. You cannot isolate yourself because no country can produce everything it needs for its population. Everyone needs to trade. One
good point that I've seen Bismuth make, actually, is that people who promote isolationism and the abolition of commodity production use the DPRK and they project their own fantasy onto the DPRK because they're isolationists. But as Bismuth Hertz points out, the DPRK has been trying to join the IMF and the World Bank for years. You know, they do not want to be isolationists. They want to develop their economy faster than they have. And, you know, they've been able to sustain themselves through trading with China and, you know, through collectivizing agriculture and really just through their people's dedication, you know, to keeping their sovereignty and building a better economy outside of the capitalist imperialist economy is really what's held the DPRK together. But they don't want to be isolationists. They want to develop their productive forces and modernize. You know, they have cell phones in the DPRK now that they get from Egypt.
That's why blockades work, because they prevent your access to that global economy. And every country needs something that other countries have and that it doesn't. Every country. I mean, there's no way of being able to produce everything your population needs in-house. That's basically, it's impossible, right? You can work towards it, but it's virtually impossible today. So you have to have commodity production for outside. And then he said inside, you need commodity production in order to develop your productive forces, because the abolition of commodity production presupposes a level of abundance where people can work based on their voluntary desire to, and not based on need, right? What we call the kingdom of freedom, right? Beyond the realm of necessity, you have the kingdom of freedom. You really just work when you want. And we talked earlier in the stream about alienation. That's just sort of the idea, a post-commodity production, post-money, all that, But that's something you have to work towards. You have to develop your productive forces and your technological capacities so that it's not just a matter of being able to produce more, but being able to produce more in a manner in which there's less need for human labor. As the necessary amount of work that you need to do shrinks, the amount of time that you have for free development and free work, creative expression expands.
Which, and we started the stream talking about that with China. Someone was, an anti-communist was in here, and we ended up talking about China and how, you know, the retirement age in the U.S. has been going up, and we've been working more hours, you know, whereas, you know, even in capitalist social democracies like Germany, where the working class is organized into the IG Metall Union, that is 2.3 million people in these blue-collar unions, they're fighting for like a 35-hour work week. And then in China, socialist China, the retirement age for women right now is 55, and for men it's 62. Whereas for the U.S., it's going up, you know, in close to like the 70s. So you're seeing, you know, as they're developing their productive forces, you know, the need to work is becoming less and less. And people are able to spend more and more time developing their intellectual capacities or whatever else, flourishing as you know, full human beings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the times it's also important to remember the context these countries are in. We have in the U.S., maybe not in relationship to China, but definitely in relationship to how these countries were at the beginning of their socialist construction, we have a hell of a lot more developed mode of production. We have the forces of production that we have are pretty developed, is what I'm trying to say. And in that sense, perhaps we can focus more on if we're analyzing the two sides of a mode of life, the productive forces and the relations, we can focus a little more perhaps on the relations and maybe a little less on that productive development, because we already have conditions for people to work a whole lot less. I mean, I think there's something genuine about the category that someone had mentioned Graeber before. He has an essay on bullshit jobs. There's something truthful to that. A lot of the times we're just in jobs that we're not really doing anything. We're just there for 8 hours a day, you know?
There's a study that was done on it. It's like the average American works like 12 hours a week, or the average American with a 40-hour-a-week job, I think, spends on average 12 hours a week actually working. It's like, that's insane. Why are they not using that time doing anything else, you know, rather than being stuck at a desk, scrolling Facebook or whatever, or playing fantasy football?
Exactly. So I mean, there's tendencies in the U.S. Which I think are, you know, somewhat helpful of emphasizing the development of the productive capacities. And there's certain fields in which we need to do that, right? Our infrastructure is rated like a D-. We need to develop, you know, a sustainable infrastructure. But there's other places where, I mean, it's just the formula of more, just quantitatively, just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, there's so many empty houses in Miami, and they just keep building shit. There's no humans to fill those houses. There's no humans even renting them out. It makes no fucking sense to build more. And it's a erroneous quantitative conception of growth, which I think guides some of these tendencies which emphasize productivism and the development of the productive forces. We have to qualitatively change the way we think about growth. We have to start thinking about growth, as you had mentioned earlier in the stream, in terms of qualitative human flourishing. How can we best create the conditions so that each person is able to freely develop themselves as much as they need to in a way that's non-antagonistic and that's compatible with their communities? And that's a redefinition of growth. Aristotle used to have an example on cooking where, you know, if you can have 7, 8, 10 pans, but that's not going to make you a better cook. You know, there's only a certain amount of pans that you need in order to cook good food, you know.
Well, here's a practical example. And Elon Musk sometimes comes up with these like ideas that would be really good economic plans for like a central party to implement, but he's limited in what he can do because he's just some random rich guy, and ultimately he only cares about his own profits. But he said, if you put like a solar panel array up, like that's a size of like a tenth of the size of North Dakota, and you could put it in an area of North Dakota where like literally nothing is going on. Like there are these Montana and North Dakota, South Dakota are like very sparsely populated, but they're very wide areas, and we, with rational economic planning, you could set up a solar array there that would like power the whole country. But you can't do this, and Elon even said, I can't do this because I can't hook it up to the power grid, right? You need some kind of top-down economic plan to implement these things. And as you're saying, it's not just more growth for the sake of growth, quantitative growth. It's being more rational so that we can, grow in a way. We can provide people with more electricity. We can use those solar panels to power, high-speed trains and high-speed rail, which will be good for the economy and good for the ecology and, help with transportation, blah, blah, blah. It's being more rational in the way that we produce, because especially American capitalism now, like we live in an abundance of wealth. So the ways that capitalists are inventing to make more money are more and more like scams and pyramid schemes, and, a lot of the most powerful capitalists in the country own real estate, so they're just charging exorbitant costs on housing and essential goods. It's extremely, extremely parasitic. In many ways, what we need in this country and in, the Western European countries is more rationally focused production rather than just a quantitative increase in production that's needed in a lot of countries who have been under the boot of imperialism, and a lot of countries who are teaming up with China through the Belt and Road Initiative.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think it arises as a reaction to the rejection in the West of Eastern socialism. I think in that sense, we have to reject the way that Marxists have reacted to Eastern socialism, criticizing it from what I have developed in my work as the purity fetish. But that doesn't mean that we just automatically accept what they're saying in the East as the right approach for our context. Part of dialectical materialism is always analyzing your specific context concretely. And for us, that means realizing that we don't need a growth and expansion in the forces of production like some of these countries needed. So maybe we can de-emphasize that a little bit, but also emphasizing that human-centered conception of growth.
Absolutely. I think that's a worthwhile conversation to have, because there's Malthusian tendencies on the left, and, even eco-primitivist tendencies on the left, which need to be combated. And what did you say, the Daniel Quinn's theory in Ishmael, the sort of ego-primitivist text, is like what a 12-year-old would come up with. So that stuff needs to be combated, but also the productivist, just endless growth for the sake of growth stuff needs to be corrected too, I think. So
I just watched my first ever science fiction show, and it was animated. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called Love, Death, and Robots. I loved it. I consumed 3 seasons in 2 days. It was the first time I ever engaged with something like that. But I'm sure you noticed those blame climate destruction on just human general tendencies. And that's really popular, man. When COVID started, and because things were locked down, there was places where like the fish came out into a river where they hadn't been seen before because of activity and birds and all this other stuff. There was extinction rebellion signs that would say humans are the virus, COVID is the symptom, something along those lines. Ended up rejecting it later on, but it's definitely a scary tendency in the left that focuses on production. And I can't help but see this as a complete ignorance of the fact that Marx already completely destroyed Malthus. Destroyed him already. He destroyed him.
So bad. So hard. In every way.
Yeah, absolutely. But we shouldn't, as a reaction to that, we shouldn't promote the opposite, right? We should be able to engage rationally and realize, well, neither productivism nor Malthusianism, right? A solid midpoint. And I think that's what the eco-socialists do. There's this section that when we read Facing the Anthropocene together in class, Dr. Dar never asked us to read this section, but if you read the last epilogue of the text, it addresses the question of Malthusianism and why it is that it's this new epoch is called the Anthropocene instead of something else. He's very clear that it's like eco-socialism would be anti-Malthusian. So the people engaging with this, I don't think that there's a focus on an anti-Malthusianism, which I don't really see too much on the left, at least in Marxist-Leninists. You see it in these cringe tendencies of anarchists and stuff like that, but I don't see many Marxist-Leninists falling for this. But
the Malthusianism, yeah, it's not usually MLs. And Harper Brar makes a really good point. It's always people in the West, and anarchism is largely a Western individualistic tendency, and it's always Western anarchists or leftists who have never lived without industrialization. Right? There was some guy on this eco-anarchist guy who used to hate us on TikTok, and they would always flaunt themselves, getting ice cream from Dairy Queen or doing whatever, all these things within industrial society, but then talk about, returning to this eco-primitivist ideology they had. And it's like, oh, how are you going to preach deindustrialization? You've never lived in a semi-feudal society where you got to work the land and you have no access to technology. It's just a fantasy really of individualistic people who are pretty unserious about politics. But read Capital. You'll never. Marx's destruction of Malthus makes Malthus just exposes him so hard, worse than probably anyone else that Marx destroyed. He leaves Malthus's theories just in tatters, and even the dumbest stuff Malthus said, Marx uses heaps and piles of evidence to prove how absurdly wrong and dumb every assertion Malthus made was, unless Malthus was accidentally saying something right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd recommend also the Grundrisse. It's pretty long. There's fabulous passages there where he's dealing more directly with Malthus. And yeah, the famous quote from Sartre in Discourse of Method, where he says that every new non-Marxist argument is a rehashed version of an argument, a pre-Marxist argument, or of an argument that Marx had already defeated. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, you've been streaming for 6 hours, dude.
Yeah, I know. Do you want to react to one more video?
Sure.
One more? You got it in you?
I got it, somewhat.
All right.
I was looking for the hangover today, anyways. So I was able to do half of this.
Okay, I got a lot of sleep yesterday, so I promised the chat a marathon stream today. This is by far our longest stream ever. But I had gone 3 hours and 30 minutes before, but 5+ hours is pretty long. So I appreciate you for sticking with me. So I'll give. You can put in the chat if you have preferences, but Carlos, tell me what you want to react to. We have Richard Medhurst's Fail Disinformation Board paused 3 weeks after creation, which is about Nina Jankowicz and Biden's disinformation board. I don't know if you followed that at all, but I'm interested to get your opinion. And then we have The Cold War Oversimplified Part 1, which is a little bit of a longer one. And then we have Danny Haifong, is that his name? The Friends of Socialist China comrade. He was on Jimmy Dore talking about getting censored over Tiananmen Square tweets. And then we have an Abby Martin talk called A People's Economy. So, yeah. Got any preference?
I'm interested in the Danny video. How about you?
Yeah, I was interested in either that one or the disinformation board, but let's do this one, and then we'll do the disinformation board another time, because I'm interested in this one as well. Yeah, Danny is a friend of ours. We've republished him several times, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so he runs a cool page called Friends of Socialist China. Make sure to check them out.
Part of it. I think the one who runs it is Carlos Martinez.
Oh, okay. So he works together with Carlos Martinez, who's another fantastic comrade who you should follow on everything. To do Friends of Socialist China, who we republish and stuff. But he was on Jimmy Dore talking about getting censored. We've been subject to censorship, so we feel that. Been trying to highlight it when other people get censored by the Silicon Valley oligarchs. All right, so let's check this out.
Danny Haifong is a social activist, writer, and political analyst whose work has appeared in such publications as Minpress News, Counterpunch, and the American Herald Tribune for the last 5 years. He has also been a weekly contributor to the Black Agenda Report. Please welcome Danny Haifong. Hi, Danny. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you again. Thanks for having me.
So now something horrible happened to you. You tweeted this out, right? Now, your specialty is China, and we've had you on the show to talk about China in the past. And this is from your just your Substack? Is that what this is, or is this your Medium?
No, this is just a screenshot of the tweet because, Twitter forced me to delete it just for my countdowns.
Oh, really?
But we can get to that.
So here's the tweet. You said you tweeted this out. Every June 4th, Western propagandists remind us of the Tiananmen Square massacre to smear China. The truth? No massacre occurred on the square, and the violence that took place Beijing during the time was part of a failed color revolution backed by the United States. Now you tweeted that out. And they then did this to you. They said you violated their rules against abuse and harassment. You may not engage in targeted harassment of someone or incite other people to do so. That doesn't make any sense. I thought they were going to say that you were denying a mass murder or something, which they don't allow you to do on YouTube, I know. But
That's terrible that he got censored. But also, I'm excited because I feel like even 2 years ago, saying something like this just would have been not even in the realm of possibility. I just would have got ratioed to crap on TikTok and probably would have got my video removed in minutes. Versus now, you have more and more people starting to point out these imperialist lies and even these historical lies like Tiananmen Square that kids are taught in elementary school. About the repression of communism and China's massacre of their own people. So it sucks that he's getting censored, and I hope he gets it reinstated, and I'm glad they're exposing Twitter. But also, I'm glad that anti-imperialist voices are saying this stuff at all, in any kind of unison, especially.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a tankification of the general peer, right? Because I mean, when we started, just even supporting China was just unheard of, dude. But it makes us scary. I mean, we've had this conversation quite a few times now, man. I think today, in line with the philosopher we both like, Hans-Georg Moeller, we're at an era where profiles, social media is fundamental in individuals' process of creating their identity. I think today, people's identity formation is tied to their profile. And what you have then is a acquiescence to discourse on the basis of what appears in social media. And when that's the dominant sphere of discourse, and whenever something that challenges the accepted discourse gets automatically removed, it's like, well, how do you fight against that? Because you know that as soon as you get big enough to be even close to dangerous, you're gonna get censored. How do you fight against that, right? Especially when it comes to these sorts of things, it makes it extremely difficult. And I mean, we've talked in the past that it's a realm we have to engage in. It's a realm within the superstructure where most people today are in, and we have to engage there. We have to teach. We have to do activism and combat imperialist narratives on there. But we also cannot forget that the only place that they cannot really censor us is when we turn to our coworker to the right or to the left of us, and we tell them about socialism, and we have these conversations in person, in our workplace, at the bar when we're with our coworkers, in our communities, right? That is what is, you can't replace that with anything. That's irreplaceable, and it's indispensable in the struggle for socialism. And this censorship war emphasizes the need to get out into the world outside of technology and social media and talk to people through there as at least a backup for when censorship hits, because it's going to hit.
True, and it shows the need to read, because not only can Midwestern Marx not teach you everything, you need to go to the books, but the stuff's going to get censored, and the most important stuff is going to get censored too. They're going to probably let our more fluffy, joke videos get plenty of views, but the videos discussing in-depth Marxist theory, are going to be repressed even if they start to pick up traction. So yeah, we'll go back to Danny Haiphong.
That doesn't make sense, right, Danny?
No, I mean, I guess there were many Western propagandists who were triggered because it's obvious that
it got reported.
That's the only thing in that tweet that could be targeted as such, as inciting harassment.
By the way, that when Jackson was on, that was the other thing I told you, that we played that. I guess you're going to show that ad, and I missed it. Jackson, I can't believe they put that part, and I was so blown away that was the thing. I didn't know since I was a kid. I assumed. Well, are you about to show the video?
No, I don't have that. But I don't know what video you're talking about.
It was a Go Army to join the information warriors, I guess.
Oh, I didn't see it. No, and
it's the most disturbing thing. I mean, I don't even know why they made it. But basically, they're showing how they do information warfare, and you could be part of it, like to join the army. And they show the tank going around the guy instead of running him over, which I guess had been cut out all the years I've ever heard of it.
Oh, no
so
kidding.
They're bragging about it in the commercial. This is what we do. Like in the commercial, you know how crazy that is?
So they put the Tiananmen Square thing with the tank and the guy in their propaganda video to show you this is the kind of
stuff that you could be a part of doing. Yes. Okay.
Oh, no. By the way,
it took me a minute to understand what he was telling me, because that was so mind blowing to me that was even on video.
I met that guy.
The actual guy?
The guy who got his legs cut off. They said a tank ran him over.
Yeah.
I met that guy at the Oslo Freedom Forum. I interviewed him. I have that on video somewhere.
What did he say?
I interviewed a bunch of people like that, and then after I figured out what the Oslo Freedom Forum was, which was just a shield for imperialism, I didn't air any of those interviews. I didn't want anything to do with them, and so because they were using those people to further imperialism, and they would find victims, and then they would say, "Oh, look, we need to go bomb Yemen more," and stuff like that, and that's what the Oslo Freedom Forum, and that's who's that the chess guy?
Gary Kasparov.
Gary Kasparov. Yeah, he's an imperialist. Okay, so you go on to say 3 years prior to the Tiananmen incident, George Soros had started an NGO, that stands for non-governmental organization, that had influence in Beijing called the Fund for Reform and Opening of China. Key protest leaders and rioters were supported by Soros' org, and it was promptly closed following the unrest. So you're saying, Danny, that George Soros, with a lot of these things, like in Syria, people tried to pretend that it was the Arab Spring that led to this overthrow of Assad, or this uprising that wanted to overthrow him. It wasn't. It was CIA called Timber Sycamore. They flooded billions of dollars into terrorists to go try to overthrow them.
NGOs and the NED, which is, a CIA cutout, basically private NGO connected to all the other smaller NGOs that works as an arm of the U.S. State Department. But they have been one of the most effective arms of imperialism because it's almost impossible to see what they do, and it's difficult to connect them to the U.S., and they work very covertly. And when you talk about the work that NGOs do, the imperialist work that they do, it sounds almost like a conspiracy theory. You talk about the NGOs that were funneled millions and millions of dollars prior to the 2014 coup in Ukraine. So everybody knew that Western NGOs were prominent in Ukraine leading up to the coup. And then Victoria Nuland, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, said, we're going to focus our election efforts influencing their elections or eventually trying to overthrow the elected government via these NGOs. And you have a similar thing in China prior to the Tiananmen Square. Jimmy Dore mentioned there the NGOs who funded the Arab Spring protests, which largely ended up, being jihadist or allowing jihadist separatists to create dissent in Libya and in Syria. So NGOs work very covertly, and the NED has largely, taken the handoff from the CIA as the primary imperialist apparatus of the U.S. State Department. And they work in conjunction with these NGOs, as does USAID. So yeah, very important to understand NGOs and the NED and Bellingcat and all of their various arms if you want to understand modern imperialism and understand things like Tiananmen Square or the current crisis in Ukraine, etc.
You're absolutely right, and it's because the CIA was so discredited, right? We have around the time of the most egregious activities done by the CIA, you have the emergence of a newspaper, Covert Action Magazine, where former CIA employees are just exposing what the CIA was doing, and it was getting to the American public, so they were discredited. And so you have these new organizations pop up with, I believe, Reagan, with these beautiful little names. Instead of Center Intelligence Agency, it's like National Endowment for Democracy. You put a nice little gloss in it. People eat it up, and they'll make all these institutions in order to have the propaganda they're funneling sound very, very official. They'll put really good names out. If there's something you can't critique the capitalists for, is for having bad branding. They're really good at branding. They know what they're doing, and they're really good at I think what Ramiro calls washing brains, or he has a really dope concept. I always forget it, and I have to ask him to remind me what it is. But they create a movie. They stir up emotions in people, and it fools a whole lot of people who consider themselves to be on the left. I know for a fact that like 98%, just throwing a number out there, 98% of academics in the West who consider themselves Marxists probably buy into this Tiananmen Square bullshit. Their propaganda is effective, and that's why the sort of stuff that Danny's doing, that Jimmy Dore is doing, that we're trying to do, breaking down why it's bullshit is so important, because they do a really good job at making it so that it's believable.
Yeah, and one of the other NGOs that popped into my mind or that I wanted to mention, it's a human rights organization, which often work the same as NGOs. And what made me think of it is you can tell because they all have the same names. They either talk about human rights or democracy, the National Endowment for Democracy, or the NGO I'm thinking of, or human rights organization, is Human Rights Watch, which is considered, a watchdog of foreign governments. But it's got literal CIA directors and State Department officials and weapons contractors on its board of directors. And then, it reports, they'll report on human rights abuses in China based on 20 anonymous reports, anonymous phone calls. And then every corporate media outlet in the U.S. will pick up that story and run it and cite Human Rights Watch. So it all comes back to these sketchy sources, these sketchy NGOs. But then the corporate media apparatus picks these things up and they become, hegemonically accepted. You know, so the more voices we have in unison combating these lies, despite the censorship, you know, continuing to organize and find ways to educate people and spread the truth about this stuff, it's important, and it's spreading. It actually is. Like, trust us, we've been at this for a while now, not nearly as long as a lot of people have, but it is spreading, and people are seeing through the BS. So you want to watch one more section of this, Carlos, and then call it? I just want to see what Danny has to say here.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sounds good.
That guy. So now you're saying that George Soros was doing a similar thing. He was funding the people to go do protests in Tiananmen Square?
Yeah, so essentially, this was part, as you said, this is part of an overall color revolution, similar to what we're seeing in the modern era, right, post-Cold War.
What is a color revolution? Tell people what the color revolution is.
So a color revolution is a Western backed, generally the US, because they really took off during the period at the fall of the Soviet Union, 1980s, into the current period. Over the last 40 years, there's been a lot of investment from US NGOs primarily, because the US is the big hegemon, but they have all the Western allies, the UK, all the Western countries that kind of do the bidding of the United States on their side. And they essentially fund these NGOs. For example, the National Endowment for Democracy is one of the bigger ones, right? That funds quote unquote civil society groups, organizations,
Bellingcat.
media, exactly, Bellingcat.
Fake media organizations that are just mouthpieces for the intelligence community.
And they did it in China. There was something called the Chinese Intellectual, which the NED funded at a tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars beginning in the 1980s to first spread to Chinese immigrants in the United States, professionals, those kind of folks. Then they switched in 1988, a year before the protests began, or before they really jumped off. They switched and started to spread the Chinese intellectual around China in order to infiltrate the universities and make them kind of hotbeds of unrest. And that's exactly kind of how the Tiananmen Square.
And so that's how you foment, that's how you create a natural uprising, right? And so they've been doing that. They did the same thing in Taiwan, right? What am I? Yeah.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. I'm sorry.
Hong Kong. Hong Kong, and there's a lot of U.S. influence in Taiwan too.
No, I didn't mean. Yeah, I meant. Yeah, I got that mixed up.
Why is it called a color revolution?
And I was actually reading about this today, coincidentally. That was right around the same time when Milton Friedman was invited to China to talk about inflation for a second time. And basically he just preached free market doctrine at them, you know, like, oh, to get rid of inflation, you just need to get rid of your entire government, your entire state-planned economy. Just get rid of it all and go to liberalization. They were like, all right, sure, buddy, see you later. But one of the things that a lot of the Chinese intellectuals said, including Deng Xiaoping after Milton Friedman left, was a lot of our party cadres are naive about Western intellectuals. You know, they've grown up within the socialist system their whole lives, and now they're allowing some foreign markets in. So they're naive about these bourgeois propagandists, you know, these bourgeois intellectuals, and basically that they're a little bit naive about these bourgeois ideas and that they could penetrate the party or penetrate Chinese intellectuals. So then you have the imperialists, you know, trying to fund a certain kind of intellectual in China to create color revolution. So again, it just shows the need for socialist countries to always be combating imperialism and, you know, imperialism and capitalism's constant attempts to corrupt, you know, any existing socialist project from the inside. But
happy that Jimmy Dore is having these sorts of folks on and demystifying these lies, because not too long ago, I think right around the time we started Midwestern Marx, he was still propping up some of these lies about socialist countries. I remember specifically, I used to watch him quite a bit, and I saw a segment on Cuba, and then I never saw him again. So bad. But he's changed. I know he's got some other views that are problematic, but he's someone who has 1 million subscribers, which I don't think anyone else on the left that speaks, that has politically our alignments geopolitically. He has 1 million followers. He speaks in a very common way, as someone in the comments has mentioned. And he's exposing imperialist propaganda. And I think on the general, regardless of whatever flaws he might have, you have to do a lot of mental gymnastics in order to think that Jimmy Dore is not some form of positive force for the struggle for socialism right now, because the primary contradiction in the world is in capitalist imperialism, and he's just breaking that shit down consistently.
Sorry, but someone in the chat says he lacks theory, and he does, but he says all the time, I'm just a pothead comedian. But he speaks to his audience. I don't think he's just a contrarian, like one of the chat says. I think he's speaking to his audience, which is a working class audience, which puts him in the right position almost every time. Sometimes it'll be like, our government's acting like a dictatorship like North Korea, or say some stupid shit like that. But, that's not important compared to the anti-imperialist stuff he's putting out there. And then, as Carlos said, the most important thing he's been doing lately is having guests like Danny Haiphong on, or whoever else he has on, who do read Marxist theory, who do have a systematic understanding of capitalism, and who are bringing this theoretical anti-imperialism onto Jimmy's show all the time, day after day, to his million subscribers, some of whom were probably Trump people a year ago. So I agree. It's a good thing that he's doing.
Even Richard Wolff, we probably know we don't align ourselves that much with how he formulates the struggle for socialism as creating cooperatives that eventually, kind of like businesses, end up like functioning like lobbies once they have their political party, etc. But he is a Marxist economist, and he's, I think, on most things quite correct. And to have someone like that speaking to 1 million people who are mostly in the U.S., I believe, that's undisputably a positive thing, right? And they're right to say that he doesn't have theory, and perhaps some of the inconsistencies are because of that. But he's having more and more people that do have theory and that do get it right, at least consistently, when it comes to foreign policy. He's gotten it right when it comes to Ukraine. He's getting it right now with China, and I mean, that's huge. Part of the struggle for socialism that we have to do, I think one of the first steps we have to do is get working people to forget some of the myths that have been imbued on American society through McCarthyism, and breaking imperialist propaganda, showing the successes of socialism, or at least the falsifications of its abuses. That's a fundamental first step, right? Because it's very easy to critique capitalism, but one of the problems of these Marxists in the West is that they don't say anything else. Well, let's do this then. And working people want to see that when it's been tried, socialism has succeeded. And I think the first step is constructing that myth that bourgeois historians and media pundits have created about socialist states. And Jimmy seems to be doing that to 1 million people. So
yeah, and someone says, advise people to watch Danny directly or watch you, not Jimmy. Like, yeah, or advise, Jimmy Dore's followers to watch us too. Maybe he's just an entryway to us, and then we can educate people on theory. Once people want or are seeking that deeper understanding, or where, looking for where to go next. But Jimmy Dore could be an entryway to that, including for some people who could be organized by right-wing forces, like we've been saying, so it's just, it's not a matter of saying that Jimmy's perfect, right? It's saying that he's, filtering people into these more theoretical thinkers and educators like Danny or like us, and, rather than, I guess, reject those people and reject them as reactionary. I think we should be, waiting with open arms and with, theory for them, and with, a party to organize them into, if they're willing to fight for the working class. And then, yeah, I just couldn't agree more with what you said. With, like, it's so important to debunk this big lie. Like, I can't get over how ridiculous it is, and I'm glad I was never one of these socialists, who preach this idea of, we're gonna do socialism, but socialism's never worked before. You know, like it's failed every time it's been tried. But just let me try it. I'm gonna figure out how to do socialism the right way. Like, what an arrogant idea, and it's an ahistorical idea. You know, we need to build upon socialist thinkers of the past. And we need to debunk this narrative. We need to tell workers, you know, that socialism has made people strong. It's made people, it's developed the productive forces. It's given, you know, it's given workers a better life pretty much every time it's been tried. And, you know, it's the future.
I remember being in Laura's, I had to take a mandatory class. I think it was criminal justice. And the teacher, said something about socialism, and I forgot how it came up. But one of the things she asked me was like, "Where has socialism succeeded?" And I was like, "Everywhere. Nowhere has it ever not succeeded." I probably wasn't as prepared to give, you know, good arguments for that response at the time. I was like, fuck it, send it. She was shocked, man. But now she's posting like Bernie stuff and you know, at least SOCDEM stuff. So I had some form of influence there. I hope so.
I'm sure you did. All right. I think we should call it there. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours. This has been a marathon stream. Got some new follows, some new subs, some new people in the chat. It was great interacting with you all. I'm glad we could come at you with this marathon stream. Thank you all for sticking with us, and thank you for your support. Last words, Carlos.
This is fun. This is really fun. I really appreciate being able to see people's comments. So I like the streaming stuff. So whenever you want to have me back on again, I'd love to come. And thanks to everyone who's supporting our project. And again, I think we haven't plugged it this time around, but we just recently published Reading the Classical Text of Marxism. If you want to learn about Marxism, purchase that book, not just because we published it, but because it was written by a professor who has taught for 60 years Marxism, both at an academic and militant setting, and he's reading the classics with you. He's updating them, contextualizing them, and breaking it down into a form where everyone is able to understand it. So I highly recommend you check it out. Everyone who has been able to read it, they've reached out to us very, very favorably about the book. So check it out.
Absolutely. Couldn't recommend that more. Couldn't agree more. And I couldn't agree more that I love the streaming stuff. Get to interact with y'all directly. Yeah, I feel like they're just really productive for us and for everyone in the audience. And yeah, really enjoying it. So we'll be back with another stream soon, I'm sure. Thanks for hanging out. Solidarity, everyone.